nobody would listen.
Hey, I wish you would start cutting me.
Oh, I will. I'll tell them, miss.
So feel free.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for being here. Today is April 27th, 2023, and this is the South Carolina Public Charter School District Board meeting, and we are going to have several applications come before us today, so we thank you for your time. Mr. Randy, I'm going to take care of all the formalities just to make us go a little quicker. If everyone would bow their head, please. Father, thank you for the opportunity to serve multiple thousands of children and parents across South Carolina. Give us discernment and wisdom in what we do today, because our responsibilities impact the futures of not only students and families, but ultimately the well-being of this state. Amen.
Amen.
Would you stand for the pledge? Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. The South Carolina Public Charter School District authorizes, champions, and supports the creation and advancement of innovative K-12 public charter schools that provide access to academic opportunities for every student in South Carolina to reach their fullest potential. Randy, would you please take the roll?
Yes, sir. Mr. Butcher.
Here.
Mr. Butcher is present. Mr. Gilchrist.
Here.
Mr. Gilchrist is present. Mr. Miller. Mr. Miller is not present. Mrs. Mosteller.
Here.
Mrs. Mosteller is present. Mr. Payne.
Here.
Mr. Payne is present. Dr. Pope.
Here.
Dr. Pope is present. Dr. Strickland.
Here.
Dr. Strickland is present. Mr. Chairman, we have a quorum.
Thank you. All right, item 6, the consent agenda. I'll need a motion for the approval of the agenda for today, April 27th, 2023, and approval of the minutes for April 20th, 2023, assuming that there are no changes that need to be made.
I have a change.
Okay.
So I'll
Proceed.
make a motion, and then if we'll.
Well, let's take them separately then.
Yeah.
Could I have a motion to approve today's agenda?
So
So
moved.
moved.
Is there a second?
And I'll second.
Okay. All right. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
None opposed. All right. Proceed.
So motion to approve the minutes from last time, and then if there's a second, and then I'll make a comment.
Somebody make a second.
Second.
Okay, so per the comments, so under the action items, when it gives the votes for all the schools, really, it says what the votes were, but particularly for Movement School North, it doesn't say who voted yes and who voted no. Is that recorded somewhere else where we have who voted yes and who voted no? I think it's worth noting on the record, who voted no.
It is recorded.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, I just didn't see it in
Right.
here.
Okay.
That's all, so just as long as we've got it somewhere.
We do.
Okay, very good, thanks.
All right. So we've got a motion and a second to approve approve the minutes from last week's meeting, April 20th, 2023. All in favor, please say aye. Aye.
Mr. Chairman, I will abstain from the April 20th.
You weren't here. Okay. All right. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 6 in favor and 1 abstention. Is that right? Okay. Thank you. Is there any public comment? Okay, thank you. Mr. Lawyer, I don't believe we need an executive session.
None from my perspective.
Okay. Thank you. All right. Well, let's jump into this, Kristen. PD Hall.
Good morning, Chairman Payne, members of the board, and Superintendent Neely. I'm having a little deja vu. It seems like just last week we did this same exact thing. I do want to take a moment again to welcome the applicant groups here today and recognize and commend the tremendous amount of time, effort, dedication that's involved in the charter application process. Not only did they write extensive, thorough applications, but they endured our robust process of due diligence, including the capacity interview, follow-up questions, and requests. I'd also like to offer our sincere appreciation to our internal staff and, of course, external staff reviewers or external reviewers for their essential role in our review process. The recommendations presented today for the board's consideration are based on the totality of the information gathered throughout the process. There are 3 types of reports that may be presented to the board for consideration: a report recommending board approval of the application, a report recommending board denial of the application, and a neutral report summarizing the applicant's contents that meet the technical and statutory criteria for approval. However, for a valid reason, a neutral report does not contain a formal staff recommendation for approval or denial, and therefore leaves the final determination to the board. Once again, okay, good. It's just not cooperating.
Might be dying.
Okay. No. I apologize. We're having some clicker difficulties. Okay. Once again, I'm not going to read all of these bullet points, but as I mentioned last week, and as a review for anyone watching or the guests who are here today, these are the components of an application that must be present to meet the statutory requirements of a charter application. Each presentation today will begin with an optional non-committee member public comment section with a total of 5 minutes. Then I will read the summarized version of the report, and applicant groups are allotted 15 minutes for their presentations. Both will be timed today, and then following will be the time for board questions to the applicant groups. Okay, moving forward. PD Hall. We do have public comment from PD Hall, so welcome.
Good morning. Good morning. My name is Stevenson Pierre, and I am the president for the Sherrill Branch NAACP in Sherrill, and I am a supporter of the PD School, PD Hall Charter School, due to the fact, from listening to me, I can tell that I wasn't born and raised here. I was born in Port-au-Prince, Haiti, and raised in Port-au-Prince, Haiti in the 70s and the 80s. I was able to walk 10 miles to school a day, 5 miles to go, 5 miles to come back. And my dad left Haiti. I was 6 years old. In 1990, my dad sent for me. I remember my first day going to school, a big yellow bus pull up. And I asked my dad, I said, "Dad, why is this bus here?" My dad said, "He's to come take you to school." I just fall down on my knee and giving God the glory. Because after walking 10 miles to school, now I got a yellow bus that pick me up and bring me to school and bring me back. And so I am a supportive of the charter school, because I got a grandson now that's able to attend a charter school in Hallsville, South Carolina. And I can tell from the difference once he moved to the charter school. And this is why I'm here for, and I think we will have, it will be better for our Sherrill community. Thank you.
Okay, PD Hall. Staff recommends that the South Carolina Public Charter School District Board of Trustees approve the charter school application received from PD Hall. The mission of PD Hall, or PDH, is to develop confident students who demonstrate mastery of content to be successful. The proposed school will be located in Cheraw and seeks to offer families in Chesterfield and the surrounding communities a school choice and a safe learning environment that prioritizes academic achievement. The school will open serving 144 kindergarten through third grade students, enrolling 36 students in each grade. One grade will be added each year until the school's sixth year, when it will serve students in grades K through 8. At full matriculation, PD Hall anticipates an enrollment of approximately 324 students. 2021-22 SC Ready South Carolina State Report Card data for all elementary schools in the Chesterfield County School District, or CS, indicates that an average of just 38.4% of students met or exceeded grade level expectations in English Language Arts, or ELA, and only 32.27% of elementary school students met or exceeded grade level expectations in math. 30.597% of Chesterfield County middle school students met or exceeded state grade level expectations in ELA, and just 21.7% met or exceeded in math. At one CCS middle school, only 11.4 students scored met or exceeded grade level expectations in mathematics. Local support for the school choice PD Hall offers includes letters from potential parents, future business partners and board members, potential staff members, and individuals offering various types of community support. In addition, letters of support were received from a Cheraw Town Council member, the president of the Cheraw Chamber of Commerce, and the president of the Cheraw branch of the NAACP, who you just had the pleasure of meeting. Plans are underway to increase awareness for potential PDH students through marketing and public relations initiatives, enhancing the school's visibility in the greater Chesterfield County area. A local firm provides free marketing services focusing on creating school brand awareness and targeting areas where potential students reside. A grassroots outreach effort will include canvassing subsidized and local housing developments and holding informational and recruitment meetings at local churches, ensuring demographic requirements are met and that all students have an equal opportunity to attend PD Hall. The committee chair regularly promotes the school during interviews on the Jay and George morning radio show on MyFM 93.9. The school's overarching goal is to provide the academic rigor to develop students who excel academically and are fluent in basic grade level appropriate skills. Students will develop a solid, concrete foundation and progress to more abstract thought. Employing a backwards design model, evidence of new concept development will be demonstrated while working to solve real-world problems. Small class sizes of 18 students, combined with a research-based focus on automaticity in math computation and reading fluency, will provide an optimal learning environment. Content delivery will include explicit direct instruction and modeling while providing expectations, specific objectives, and success measures. PD Hall's mascot is the lion, symbolizing the importance of students and staff maintaining pride, perseverance, responsibility, integrity, discipline, and excellence in all they do. A primary focus for teachers at PDH revolves around building trust and promoting open communication using encouraging and explicit feedback that positively impacts students' self-worth and academic performance and develops lifelong learners who demonstrate pride. PDH will emphasize data-driven, differentiated instruction to accommodate all learners, including students with special needs, gifted students, and multilingual learners. A multi-tiered system of supports framework will be used in student evaluation. A consistent and predictable feedback loop will be provided to address student progress and determine the next steps for student success. Teachers have a voice in school decision-making and participate in responsive leadership and effective intervention systems to promote collective teacher efficacy. The application provides details for the school's comprehensive professional development designed to address academic achievement standards, teacher preparation, and development of educational plans. Teachers will also participate in professional learning communities. Using the Chesterfield County School District SE Ready performance data referenced earlier, as baseline data, the school identified realistic goals for its first year of operation. SMART goals provided are appropriate and attainable and will provide evidence that the school is closing achievement gaps. Measures of academic progress, or MAP, growth assessments in reading and mathematics will be administered 3 times a year for baseline data gathering purposes in grades K through 8. MAP data will drive instruction and provide teachers with vital information to incorporate personalized learning interventions and enrichment opportunities. The applicant articulates an understanding of its role in governing the charter school in a manner that will enable the school to achieve its mission. The founding committee members have strong ties to the community. Community members have over 40 years of combined educational experience and include business owners, lawyers, and local representatives. A couple of years ago, the founding committee realized the profound need to address the low academic achievement in area schools and the necessity for a unique educational option with an academically rigorous, skill-based program designed to close the student achievement gaps, resulting in a community-wide impact. During the capacity interview, the question and answer portion of the performance task exercise, the committee worked together seamlessly, as if it was already a functioning board, and clearly demonstrated the capacity to open and oversee a charter school. The application outlines the transition process from charter committee to governing board in the first year of operation. If approved, the school will open with a 7-member board, and strategies for future board member recruitment and elections are included. The PDH board will be responsible for hiring and evaluating the school leader, while allowing the school leader administrative authority to discharge professional duties. The board will hold the school leader accountable for successfully upholding the professionalism of the position. Veris Certified Public Accounting Firm offering charter school fiscal management assisted the PDH founding committee with the school's budget. The 5-year detailed budget, 10-year summary, cash flow analysis, enrollment data, and budget assumptions are included in the application. To ensure that the required reserves meet or exceed the required 8.33%, a revised budget reflecting pledged funds was submitted as an addendum. A district finance review of the revised budget projects steady enrollment increases and the required fund balance reserves through June 30th, 2028. Several members of the PDH founding committee have fundraising and grant writing experience, and upon approval, the committee will continue to move forward with fundraising efforts and relationship building with the business community. The proposed school facility is the former Robert Smalls Elementary School located at 316 Front Street in Cheraw. The ADA-compliant facility is owned and operated by Pathfinders United and currently houses an after-school program for students in the community. With a low-cost lease of $35,000 per year, the 15,000-square-foot facility will accommodate the expected school enrollment for the first 3 years. Modular units will be considered for grades 6 through 8 should the school remain at the Front Street location. However, the yearly renewable lease allows the school to explore grants and funding opportunities to pursue the construction or purchase of its own larger facility in the future. Upon approval, PDH expects to make any OSF required improvements to ensure the building is student ready. In summary, considering the totality of the information provided in the application, the capacity interview, and charter law, staff recommends approval of PD Hall's charter application subject to the statutory requirements to negotiate an acceptable contract, pre-opening conditions, and any applicable addenda. Thank you. I invite the committee of PD Hall.
Thank you. Okay, yes, ma'am. Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is John Folger. I am the application committee chair. As Ms. Farmer stated, a couple years ago, we began taking a hard look at some of the data in Chesterfield County, and we decided that this was the best course of action to help our students and help our community, so that's why I'm here. I've got a 6-year-old myself, so hopefully when we open, she'll be sitting in a second grade classroom with 17 of her peers.
Dr. Jason Bryant, application committee member, 28-year veteran educator, here to support this school as we open and provide a public school option for all our students in the Sherrall, Chesterfield County area. Looking very forward to presenting our presentation today.
Judge John Melton, owner of Pathfinders United, the building that is going into. I am a business owner and also the business supporter of this charter school.
Good morning. My name is Tanya Michael. I am a lifetime resident of Chesterfield County. I'm a business owner for about 25 years. I'm in the real estate industry. So I'm here today. I see a need. I meet with people every day who are new to our area or who have been there for a long time. So I hear a lot in the community of what's needed and the desires. And I'm here to support PD Hall because I think that our community can benefit from it, and not only our community, our county, and I'm here to work along these nice folks to help make that a reality. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Blake Tillman. I'm also a local business owner. We've had a family business for insurance and real estate in Sherrall since 1926. So Sherrall is important to us, and we want to see it be successful. I'm also a parent, and that's the number one reason I'm here. So.
Good morning. First of all, let me thank y'all for y'all taking y'all's time to conduct this business. My name is Kevin Thurman. I'm a lifetime community member in Chesterfield County. Obviously, there's a need for better education in our area, and we appreciate y'all's time and effort.
Good morning. J.R. Joyner. I'm a lawyer in Chesterfield County. I was born and raised in Chesterfield County in a small town called Patrick, South Carolina. We got about 200 people. And, you know, when you look at our county, there are some things that are objective negatives that I would say as it relates to attracting high achievers. We don't have a beach. We don't have lakes. We don't have mountains. We have very limited industry and business in our county. We have the second highest taxes in the state. We don't have an interstate that runs through our county. And so those are some key factors that combine to create a very sad statistic. And that statistic is this: the median household income, not individual income, but the median household income for our county is $40,000. Now, even worse, within the town where we plan on having our school, the median household income is $29,000. And so we understand that those are objective things that high achievers that don't have a tie to our community are going to consider. And they're not going to be interested. It's not an attractive prospect. So the board, together for over the past several years that we've been working, we said if we want the best and we want the brightest, we've got to make our own. That's the only way that we're going to get that caliber of person, is for them to have a tie to our community and have a reason to come. And I believe that's what the school is going to allow us to do. The school is going to be an optimal environment where we can create very high achievers. And because they were born there, because they were educated there, and because they grew up there, they're going to have a tie. And it's going to be much more likely that they stay and help lift our community up, as opposed to us trying to bring somebody that has no real ties, no real connection in. And so that is the real reason we want to build up our community And this school, hope is what it provides us. Hope for the future, that we can create those high achievers that will ultimately bring the improvements to our community that we all want so desperately. And so, on behalf of the board, I thank you very much for entertaining us today and having us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Again, thank you for having us today. So going back to the mantra or credo of the school, pride, perseverance, responsibility, integrity, discipline, and excellence. If you look at any successful industry, successful person, they exemplify these characteristics. We want our students, staff, and every stakeholder involved to exemplify pride. We want a school that not only provides hope, as Mr. Joyner said, but something that our community can be proud of, something that brings people in, that when they talk about Cheraw and Chesterfield, they talk about Petey Hall and say, how did you get a spot in that school? I can't believe you're here. I've had the benefit in my educational career to work at some of those schools, and it is a game changer for students to be able to walk through the hallways and smile because they are part of something bigger than themselves. So we're going to go through each word in this presentation that we hope our students exemplify. Perseverance. First of all, I want to congratulate my fellow application committee members on being here because this process is arduous, but it has also provided us an education in our own right, and we've had to persevere through that. Our educational plan, our focus on mastery will require students to persevere and our teachers to persevere to find better instructional methods in order to provide the automaticity required for proper brain function when you go to abstract processes. Our organization, we are going to persevere to grow our enrollment, hire quality staff, and increase our leader and staff instructional capacity. And then our business model has already shown the ability to persevere because we had to go and get those pledge letters in a very short time period, and we were able to make that happen and get that $27,000 that we needed in about a week, which in our area, we basically made the town's median household income in a week. Responsibility. Being responsible for student growth is the foundation of our plan. We are going to hold bi-weekly meetings on students. That is not a new concept, but it is a concept that you must be consistent with and be responsible with in order to have student growth. The live student profiles will be reviewed weekly by not only school administration, teachers, but also be live for the parents to see anytime they want to. The organization model is going to model responsible behavior in our student recruitment and hiring practices and evaluation of the school leader. And our business will be responsible in the stewardship of our dollars. And we will focus on spending habits that put the student first. Integrity. Through a consistent follow-through of our student-first focus, we're going to demonstrate integrity. We're going to be honest with ourselves and honest with our community and honest with our students. That will create a comfort in the relationship between ourselves and our parents and our students. Having that comfort will allow us to then continue in that relationship to be honest. That feedback loop is vital to us. Organization, we're going to be dependable and transparent. There's no need to hide anything. We're here for one reason, to grow our students. And whatever it takes to do that, that's what we are going to do. And then our business plan, providing quality financial plan with our stakeholders and students. I mean, if you don't have integrity with that, it's not going to work out well for you. So we'll scrutinize every single dollar that gets spent. Discipline. I asked a student the other day at school when I was working, I said, define discipline. And we had a discussion about it, and we said, consistently doing things that you don't want to do because you know that's what it takes to be successful. People do not go to McDonald's because it is like getting a filet mignon. They go to McDonald's because the food is consistent. That is why they are a successful business. People go back because they know what they're going to get. We want Petey Hall to be the same. If I send my child to Petey Hall, they are going to have a floor of where we know they are going to be, and their ceiling is going to be higher because we are going to continuously raise that floor. That constant student review and that discipline model of showing that we are going to check on these students and provide open feedback to those parents consistently is the difference. Organization, again, consistent evaluation of the school leader. We've got to be honest with the school leader. If they're not doing the job that needs to get done, we need to tell them. And then we also need to provide support systems for them to get better. Again, consistent communication with Veris, our financing partner, and discussions on maintaining a solvent budget that can contribute to provide quality opportunities for our students is the discipline that is required for our business success. Finally, excellence. All of those traits will allow us to exemplify excellence. When we demonstrate responsibility and we show integrity and be disciplined in our plan and we persevere through the things that get in our way, we will be excellent. We will meet and exceed the goals that we have put in our application without fail. It's going to be successful because we are going to do whatever it takes to be excellent. Creating students that can continue to be comfortable in the classroom, because once they get uncomfortable is the moment that learning stops. Creating students that can continue to be comfortable is paramount. Organization, being responsible in evaluating our excellent leaders' performance with discipline and integrity is critical to maintaining an excellent learning environment for our students. And finally, our partnership with experienced professionals will help us maintain discipline and integrity with our finances. All of these traits are required for us to run a successful school and for us to be a successful partner with the South Carolina Public Charter School District. So finally, I just want to thank you again for your time and open it up for questions. Invite the rest of the committee back up. But again, thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, before we can proceed, we need a motion.
I move that we accept the staff's recommendation for approval of the PD on charter school.
Second.
PD Hall.
All right, so we've got a motion and a second. Is there any board discussion, or do you want to board questions for staff or the applicant?
I had just a few, if that's all right.
We'll start and just like we did last time and come
Thanks.
around.
Can you tell me a little bit more about Pathfinders United and what it is and what it does, please?
Okay, sir, I'm the founder of Pathfinder United. I founded it 17 years ago. Pathfinder United is an organization, nonprofit organization that resides in Sherrill. Organization we help develop into the students that are underprivileged in the area, and we've been doing that now for a while. We have basketball teams that we use as a carry to get the kids in, because in our area, we doesn't have that many things around there. We don't have a YMCA, don't have a Boys and Girls Club, so we created Pathfinder United to draw those students in. Because we're in our area, we had a lot of good athletes. In our area, we have about, for the size of the town, which is 5,000, we have 4 people that went to the NFL in our area. We probably have even more than that. But the problem we have is with the educational problem. Because we was supporting the athletes, but we wasn't giving them the education they needed to go to D1 or to go to the next level. So our guys, we got together and said, we're going to make sure that it doesn't have nothing, which was a lot of athletes that got left into the weeds. So we developed a Pathfinder to make sure that those athletes can be college ready. That's what Pathfinder United does in that community.
Yep, thank you. That's terrific. One of the slides talked about discipline, used the word discipline, and usually what's connected to that is safety. Do you guys have a, if you can sketch for me briefly, physical safety plan for the building, right? One entry, one exit, will you have an SRO, that kind of thing?
Yes, sir, we will have an SRO in the building because we already in partner with the sheriff, the local sheriff, so that will be there.
Okay.
Another safety process that we have in place, we have already put in place from the pandemic. We got one entrance, one exit.
Yep.
We got people that each one of the exits in the area. And we also have a fenced community.
Yep.
That school is fenced in.
Perfect, thank you. And then I noticed in the class size is about 36. Do you expect to have 2 sections for each class? Yeah, two sections?
That is correct, yes, sir.
Yeah, okay. And I had one more, but I didn't write it down in time, so we'll come back to it later. I'm good, thanks.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Pogue?
Is there any thought of just using Robert Small Elementary, purchasing that building and remodeling it? So many of our older school buildings have been torn down, and I like the fact of restoring buildings versus tearing them down.
Ma'am, that building will never be torn down. That's a historical site. So it's already on the National Register.
Okay.
Already?
It's already been upgraded.
Okay,
Already?
very
Oh, wow.
good.
First of all, I want to say thank you for your vision and for your presentation today. I really appreciate you taking the time to speak with us and for coming before this board and this district, because obviously you have a choice here in South Carolina, and just want to say how much I appreciate that. One of the questions that I did have is on Pathfinders, and really appreciate what they have done. Would you construe this as probably one of the larger endeavors of Pathfinders to date?
Yes, sir, that would be one, and we will looking forward to this partnership with the school, because that is what we all about, sir, is doing what they are bringing to the board.
Okay, great. And then my other question is looking at the student enrollment projections, with marketing and with the number of students that are in the Chesterfield County School District, do you feel very confident that you can reach those numbers quickly?
Yes, sir. In January, we had 104. Currently, thank you. Currently, we have 145 parents that have filled out the interest survey. But when we had to submit the application, we were at 104. 2 of our board member or application committee members that are not here, Ms. Sarah Owens and Ms. Heather Tucker, they've been kind of on the ground and knocking on doors and talking to other parents. And a lot of the hesitancy has been, we're kind of waiting to see whether or not the approval happens, because they don't want to stick their neck out, because we are such a small community. When it gets out that the teacher's cousin is registering for the school, you understand where I'm going with that?
Absolutely, absolutely. Thank you so much.
I remembered my other question. So you mentioned in one of the slides that you have $27,000 in pledges, and can you tell me what that's going to be used for? Is that for something, extracurricular activities? What do you intend to use that money for, the pledges for?
That was the fundraising that was done for that was to make sure that we were above the requirement. But as far as uses for that money, that will be used in general allocations on the school budget until we see other reasons to spend that money.
Great, thanks.
Cindy?
Well, the first thing I want to say is, unless you got it from someone else, I just want to say how impressed I am with the paradigms, with the verbal paradigms that you've set up for yourself. So that the concept of pride, and how you've thought through and integrate that both as a board, what you expect of your student body, teachers. You just seem to have a lot of solid vertical thinking to carry these values through the different silos that comprise a school. Number 2, I feel like I'm looking at Mayberry bring a great thing into its area. I want to tell you that. So you really communicate and apparently are living out an all-in commitment to this school. I was interested, and also I'll say, when you have Naked Fish marketing on your side, what can go wrong? and radio, it just seems like you are finding open arms in your community to embrace this parent-driven concept of charter schools and choice. I did want to ask you about the research-based high-yield instructional strategies of John Hattie and Robert Marzano. And so what is the nature of that? I'm just interested, since that's going to be some of your curriculum-driven perspectives,
Yes,
I
ma'am.
suppose.
What we look at with that, several bases of research for us, because of course, Marzano, John Hattie, looking at backwards design. We know what we want the results to be, so we start from there in building our activities and our immersing our kids in the content. And as we talked about before, the mastery of that is going to be paramount because we want the kids to be able to do something, and of course continue to stretch them as much as we can. One of the things that I think is a real key to our school is going to be a real strength of our school is we're going to screen time is going to be limited. We believe that hurts our young learners. We want them to be able to be creative. We want them to be able to be challenged. We want them to be, as we say, comfortable in that as well. So when we look at the high yield strategies, there's several things that will guide our PLCs with our teachers. That will also guide our work with whoever our school leader is, because certainly want to make sure that that's coming from the top down. And I think that will permeate throughout the school as far as for every classroom and every teacher.
So in a sense, your perspective of academic communication is teleological. You go out, you start at the end and work toward,
Absolutely.
and it works back from there.
Yes, ma'am. And I think the other thing we want to stress with that is the feedback loop. That also, you talked about parent-driven. As you said, we have a lot of parents that are on our team and have given us the input. That has been one of the things that they keep coming back to. They want to have constant communication with teachers to find out what their kid, honest conversations about what their child knows, what their child can do, where their child is performing. And that feedback loop is going to help not only help the parents, they'll also be more confident and more in what they're doing, have confidence in the school, but also confidence in their child to know where their child is. So those things work together. Again, that is that is driven by the parents, because that is one of the, when we did some surveys and some talking to different folks, that was one thing that kept coming up. You know, I don't talk to the school. I don't hear from the schools. I don't know what my child's doing. So I think that's going to really pay dividend. I think going back to Mr. Butcher, you said something about the class size. Having that 18-to-1 ratio, it's going to allow for that teacher to have that ability to say, hey, I can talk to my parents. I can send out a remind text. I can call them on the phone. I can do those things. So the class size is going to help that as well, because, you know, being a former math teacher, high school math teacher, you can't always call 90 parents in a night. But if you've got an 18-to-1 class size, very manageable, of continuous communication.
And one last question is, how has, because I know you send a letter of a notice to your legislative delegation, and how has the feedback been from them on this endeavor?
I'll have to yield to Mr. Fogel on that. I don't have that information. Mr. Fogel may have that.
So we haven't received, we've received a lot of positive feedback from, I've gotten feedback from Russell Fry, Richie Yao. They've definitely been very positive about it. We haven't received any negative feedback, so that's I guess that's positive. And the local group has been very, very supportive. Local town council and politicians, they've been very, very supportive.
Okay, thank you, Mr.
Thank you.
Chairman?
Mr. Gilchrist.
Well, let me say thank you to you for your awesome presentation. I echo my colleague Cindy regarding the pride analogy. I like that. One of the questions that I had, and I think you've already answered the gentleman that was up prior, I wanted to know how many educators we have on this committee, and I think are you the math guy? Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Are you the only one?
Mr. Fogel, special ed.
Special education, elementary education, and high school assistant principal.
Fantastic. So my second question would be, obviously we're facing a teacher shortage all across the country, more specifically here in South Carolina, and I'm delighted to see that we're doing this in Chesterfield County. Any thoughts about how you've thought about that, and any plans on how you might want to tackle that as you get into this?
Yes, sir. We've definitely thought about it. I counted last week. Local school districts got, I believe, over 60 vacancies right now. However, in the discussions that we've had and the staff survey that we've gotten, we've had 10 teachers already reach out to us. Again, waiting for approval is kind of a big deal to them.
No, I get it.
But the other piece of it is when I talk to teachers, The charter school model is appealing to them because, number one, 18 to 1. The other piece of it is we are partnering or working on transportation with Pathfinders and local PDRTA, but at the same time, one of the things that is a bit of a booger for the teachers is bus duty and those kinds of things. And hearing that there are going to be some non-financial benefits coming to work at PD Hall, having a clear focus of what the students are going to be learning, not having a bunch of programs that are being thrown at them that they need to do 25 minutes of this program, 50 minutes of this program, 20 minutes of this program. They got to make sure that they do this because this is where the money is getting spent. And having that autonomy and focusing on fluency, automaticity, so that the students then can do the things with their hands and with their minds instead of with a screen, so that they can demonstrate the learning has been one of the things that the teachers have communicated to me anyways, saying that, wow, that would be really great, you know, getting back to those basic instructional practices that we know worked because they worked with the teachers I'm talking to. So that has been, as far as teacher recruitment, that has been there. But the second piece that I wanted to bring up is that we are very, very hopeful that we can raise the funds and have the funding to offer the state retirement system beginning in year 2. We know based on our budget that year 1 is just not feasible because those class 2 employees, to mentor those class 3 employees, those younger teachers that we recruit, that's going to be vital so that they have somebody to lean on, just like I did when I started teaching. I mean, I could call them by name, and you know, Dr. Bryant, you know, when leaning on those experienced educators and having a strong foundation from those class 2 employees to help those class 3 employees when they come and move and come and work with us is going to be critical. So getting them is going to be contingent hope and getting that state retirement, and that's going to be help us recruit.
Yeah, and also I'll add, I think if you look at the stats that you see from Sarah, why people are leaving the profession, I think one of the reasons that they are leaving the profession is what Mr. Fogler said. People want to have a purpose. They want a purpose. They want to know they're doing something. They want to know that they're achieving what we're talking about as far as making our community better, making our students better. So I think having that purpose is going to definitely be a big factor in not only recruiting staff, but also retaining them, which I think is now a bigger issue than it's ever been because of the teacher shortage. We need to not only recruit the best, but we also need to retain the best.
Thank you very much, and thank you for helping to provide that purpose down in Chesterfield County for sure. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Dr. Strickland.
Thank you. Again, I want to echo my congratulations and hard work. As a retired educator and born in a very small town, I think you have captured the hearts of those people and the work ethic and have done a wonderful job. And I congratulate you for that and for that work. The only question I have, and as I looked at the financials and all of that, and I know y'all worked very hard, 27,000 in a rural area like that is quite a challenge. Moving forward, I know, and I know Pathfinders United, I've heard that, and all on board, and they're going to do everything under the power. And thank you for what you do with that organization. But you know, you got a low-cost lease to $35,000 going forward. Then we're going to fill up that building. Then we're going to have to add portables or whatever. Can someone just speak in general, in a little more detail, what the plan going forward will be? Because I think with the numbers that you were showing, you know, that's going to be a good problem. But what is the plan?
Well, I think one of the things that we are looking, certainly, which we've already been in contact with an architect to look at our facilities. We do have some other options as far as facilities. We're still trying to make sure that's one of the things that will be the next obstacle. Of course, y'all know, dealing with charter schools, that is going to be an obstacle for us to make sure we can open the building for our students. So we want to make sure we cooperate with the Office of School Facilities, OSF. Sometimes that's a 4-letter word instead of a 3-letter. But But we're going to do all we can to do that. The second thing we're going to do is, and I think this is important, we're going to look at other options too. We have looked at some other sites, Dr. Strickland, just to make sure that there are some other options because as we know with Pathfinder, Pathfinders is running their organization. They're busy. They're doing a lot. We don't want to hinder anything they're doing. And at the same time, as you say, if we fill up to 324 students eventually, we may have to look at some expansions. A couple places we have looked at a site in Chesterfield. We have looked at that as an option. We have looked at some things that they're out there as far as on Highway 9 in the Chesterfield, Sherrall area. So we do have some other options with that. But right now, the biggest thing is we're going to be working with an architect. We've already been in contact with one. In fact, after y'all vote to approve us, we're going to contact them. We're going to contact them and get them started on that assessment, Dr. Strickland, so we can know where we stand with facilities.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And thank you for, again, planning ahead. Y'all done a wonderful job.
Thank you.
And we're going to vote soon, so you'll be ready
All right.
to go.
Cindy?
I do have one other question. And my question, I want you to know, is a generic question that I have come to believe that I need to ask as a member of this board. Now, I'm not speaking for anyone else, but would you say that you would be, I'm not trying to put words in your mouth, committed or recognizing the importance of parents in this school choice paradigm, that you would honor parents in issues such as the teaching of race and the teaching of gender as you approach those topics with the idea of parents in mind, because I know parents are a critical part of the school choice movement, and so that's kind of a I'm not a political person, obviously, but I will say this: I think we're going to focus on standards. That's going to be our focus. There are certain things I believe as a person, as a Christian, that I believe that should be taught at home, and the parents should be in charge of that. I think there's some things that our former sheriff, who I'm good friends with, Mr. James Dixon, he used to say, I don't want the school to teach my kids about faith or about those kinds of issues. I want to teach them how to read, write, and do math and be able to go to college, be college ready. So I want to just say that. I don't want us to get too weeds with that. I do respect your question. Yes.
But I also want to know that there are some things that are the responsibility of the home.
Yes.
And there are some things that are responsibility of school, and we want to focus on what our responsibility of school is, because that's my background and 28 years of education experience. That's what I bring. So I want to make sure that I bring the best education that I can for any student, but especially the students at Petey Hall.
I'm going to put down an A for that one.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right, thank you. I appreciate you coming here. I know where Sherrall is. I was born and raised in the county next to y'all over in Darlington. So I got an understanding. And also, and I'm going to date myself here, but you were talking about those NFL players. I can remember Dale Hatcher, who people who might not know, he was a NFL punter who could kick it the length of the field and as high as the lights. And whenever we played Sherrall, when they would punt, our coach would just tell us, get out of the way. Because it would go as high, I'm not kidding, it would go as high as the lights, you couldn't see it, and then inevitably it was going to come down and hit you and they were going to recover it. But then Harry Newsome was right behind him, if I remember. Same year. Yeah, one went to Clemson, Hatcher, and then the other went to Wake Forest, but they both went to the NFL. Your county has about 43,000, I think is about your population. You're a little smaller than us, but you're right, you're kind of an island unto your own up there. You don't have an interstate, you don't have major industry like, say, Florence or Charleston or areas like that. So I commend you because you're trying to fix your issues from within. You're not waiting on some rescuer to come save you. You're trying to do it yourself. So this is not an easy process, as you've already learned. So I commend you for standing there today and for all the work that you've done. Having said that, I've got a few questions. Now, you mentioned the community support, and I see you've got a cross-section of your community here. when I started my first real job, and I'm not going to say how many years ago it was, but I had an opportunity to work for and help your town. You've got a postal distribution center there, I believe. At least you did. I assume it's still open. Postal Service was trying to close it down in the mid-'90s, and I happened to work in Washington at that time, and I was in the room where your two senators and John Spratt, your congressman at that time, cornered over in the Capitol, overlooking the mall, the Vice President of Government Affairs for the U.S. Postal Service, and because of that meeting, you still got your postal distribution center, but I've witnessed that firsthand. And in that, I got to know your mayor pretty well, who I think is still your mayor, Andy Ingram. And so I've got at least a special relationship with Sherall, so I appreciate you. Having said that, I do have a couple of questions, and this may be better for Nick, or I don't know if it's who's going to answer this. I understand your enrollment. I personally think you'll probably have a waiting list, but what's your break-even enrollment? What's the number that you have to make your numbers work? Because finance, as you know, is a very important component.
Oh, gosh. I can't remember it off the top of my head. I'm sorry. I think it's in the 120s for the first year.
I know that you'll be
Yes.
eligible for the P&I grant, and that'll give you some breathing room.
Correct.
Nick, do you happen to know what their break-even? I'm not trying to put you on the spot. Just off the top of your head, do you know what their break-even point is?
Yes, sir. It is in the 120s, and when you compare their enrollment to the enrollment in Chesterfield right now, Chesterfield's AEM is currently at 6,700.
Okay. All right, thank you. How far do you predict that you'll draw students from the surrounding area? You know, technically, your backyard's the whole state. Any student in the state could come there. Obviously, you're going to draw from Chesterfield, but do you think you'll draw from any of the other surrounding areas?
We hope to draw from Marlboro County as well, Wallace area, as far as Bennettsville. They are, I believe they just authorized a closing of a school in Darlington County, the Rosenwald School. So we're hoping to draw from the Society Hill area. And then also the Pageland area in Chesterfield County is growing quite a bit. And that is about 26 miles from us. So I would say between a 25 and a 30-mile radius, we anticipate being able to draw. And if we get the numbers we think we're going to get as far as student performance, I don't see a doubt in that, have a doubt in that at all.
Yeah, I don't, just a matter of my history, I don't gamble because I always lost. But if I were going to gamble, I would suspect that y'all are going to have a waiting list. And that's a good problem to have. Can you explain to me your understanding or your ideas of what a board does? What is your function, or when you transition out, however you're going to do it, and you've got your first constituted elected board, what's the function of that board? And more importantly, what's not the function of that board?
Well, we would definitely be involved in the organization as far as the governance of the board, and we would want to hire a school leader. We would make policy, certainly have our policies available. We definitely need to follow policies and make sure everyone's aware of that, especially our school leader. We would definitely be involved in promoting the school and being ambassadors for the school. We would definitely be involved in making sure we are allocating resources appropriately to what needs to be done. That way they can make the organization can be solid and solvent. But I think the biggest thing we don't want to do, we don't want to get into day-to-day activities, obviously, as y'all know, being a school board. And also we don't want to get into, the things that get boards in trouble as far as, trying to promote something special interest, or trying to promote somebody like your cousin that you want in a school to hire, that kind of thing. So, we're going to definitely be focusing on policies and procedures. One of the first things we want to do as a board, we will do as a board, is we're going to really look at forming some committees to make sure we have everything in place. We're getting all the boots on the ground as far as recruitment of students, recruitment of staff, also making sure our finances are in order, and also, again, as we just said, to have a policy manual that we can follow to make sure we are within our guidelines and not violating anything, and make sure we're following state statutes and laws. So those would be our main focus to start with.
Okay, good answer. I'll give you an A for that, too. What is and how important is a charter? I know these sound like elementary questions, but they are fundamental to a school and the operation of a school. So what is and how important is your charter? Maybe the lawyer wants to answer that.
Yeah, we got it. That's why we got it.
Well, in law, we call it a contract, and it's necessary to our operation. And it's a basic question, but that's the truth.
Okay. Just a softball question now. You said the school's name Robert Smalls. Is that the same Robert Smalls, the hero from Beaufort?
Yes, sir.
There's a Robert Smalls school down there. I used to live in Beaufort, so I'm very familiar with Robert Smalls School down there, too. Then I've got just one comment, not really a question. You talked about potentially wanting to offer the state retirement system. I'm sure y'all have run the numbers, and I'm not trying to tell you what to do, but it's not cheap. I deal with the state retirement system a lot, and it's not an inexpensive proposal. It's noble, but it's not make sure you've got all those numbers run for that. So, okay, all right. Well, that's all I have. Did anybody else think of any other questions before we move forward? All right, so we have a motion on the table to accept staff recommendation to grant the charter for this school. Do you want to raise hands like we did last time?
At your discretion, Mr. Chair.
Let's do that. I think that's important. So if everyone, if you'll just go around and ask, and we
Okay.
can raise hands and everybody can.
So you want me to do a full roll call?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Butcher?
Yes.
Mr. Butcher votes yes. Mr. Gilchrist?
Yes.
Mr. Gilchrist votes yes. Mr. Miller, not voting. Mrs. Mosteller?
Yes.
Mrs. Mosteller votes yes. Mr. Page votes yes. Mr. Payne?
Yes.
Mr. Payne votes yes. Dr. Pope?
Yes.
Dr. Pope votes yes. Dr. Strickland?
Yes.
Dr. Strickland votes yes. Mr. Chairman, we have a vote of 7 to 0.
All right. Thank you.
Motion is approved.
Can I make one more comment? I'm going to give you the 5 best words you're going to hear all day. You ready? Congratulations, you are a school.
We got to do a picture now.
We got to do a picture.
All right.
Going through it.
So it's taped in. Ooh, too much. That's it. That's all we got. I think this is probably going to be good enough if you want to start adjusting.
Yeah, I'm a little better going up than going down. I'm scared of these steps.
John. We need to give them a few minutes. They're moving everything.
Okay, that's fine.
We're having to move everything.
Yeah, I couldn't see. I couldn't see.
Everything is stretch. Everything is stretch.
Oh.
Make sure they're all ready. 'Cause
Shift it a little bit.
yeah, does that help?
Much better.
Yeah.
Thank you for shifting that. I couldn't see them last time.
I used to center it on the podium. Center it on the podium. You need to, yeah. No.
They need to come this way.
No, the whole thing needs to be moved. It's hard to come on. It's hard.
They need you.
You may want to tilt that camera. There you go. Okay, we're good now.
When I was a kid, we only had 3 channels on television, and something went out, you'd see this thing pop up. Technical difficulties beyond our control. So, are we good now, Kristen? Are we good? Okay. I'm sorry about all the trouble. I just couldn't see them, and I like to look people in the eyes. Okay, thank you. Proceed, please.
Okay. Our next applicant group is Sea Islands Heritage Academy, and they have 2 non-committee member public comment, people here for public comment. So they have a total of 5 minutes, so I invite the public comment individuals to come forward.
Good morning. Just give me a minute, please. I'm having technical difficulties as well. Good morning. Thank you for the opportunity to speak before you this morning. My name is Giovanna Armstrong Moyd, and I am a member of the original design team for the Sea Island Heritage Academy. As a parent of 3 children, our approach to education was different with each child. Having the choice of a charter school was a great and economical alternative for my family. With me having children in both public and charter schools, I saw the difference. The charter school my children attended, the curriculum was innovative and had a unique focus in math, science, and technology. What I have also learned that in the event through charter, what I've also learned that even though the charter schools has freedom in their curriculum, design, and management, they are often held to a higher standard than traditional public schools. My youngest daughter, Brooklyn, is proud to be a descendant of the Gullah Geechee heritage. She loves her community and everything it has to offer, from fishing, farming, and all of its natural resources. Her future plans are to teach and write books about the African American studies, civil rights history, and the Gullah culture. This is why she will be a future scholar at the Sea Island Heritage Academy. I believe this school will provide her with a great foundation for her to achieve these goals. Sea Island Heritage Academy curriculum will be centered around the natural community and the Gullah culture that she has grown to love and respect. Through this innovative curriculum, Brooklyn will receive the tools she needs to become a deep thinker. She will engage in learning activities that will challenge her and push her to the highest levels of academics. She will learn more about herself and her heritage through the uniquely designed field trips and the special partnerships in the community. This would not be offered to her if she was to attend a traditional public school. In order for anyone to succeed in life, you must know who you are, and that will determine where you will go. Representation matters. Thank you.
Good morning. Thank you so much for having me here today. My name is Heather Rath. I'm a 22-year resident of Beaufort County. I'm the mother of 3 boys, ages 7, 8, and 12, and I am an advocate for Sea Island Heritage Academy. Today, I am pleased to be reading a statement on behalf of Senator Chip Campson. The senator couldn't be with us here today as he is in session, and so he asked me to read the following. I met Alana Jenkins, the founding committee chair of Sea Island Heritage Academy, in March at a rally to protect St. Helena Island, the school's intended site. As one of my small constituent groups, I was honored to be called to the elementary school cafeteria to share my Low Country history and motivate community members to continue pressing forward in their efforts. What I received in attending this rally was so much more. I was not only giving the motivation during the rally, I was the recipient. Over 1,000 people filled the room, and I heard 2 desires most clearly. 1, to maintain the cultural and historic value of the area, and 2, for development to occur alongside the community. Sea Island Heritage Academy will serve both of these goals. By working directly alongside the targeted community, they have demonstrated the willingness and capacity to fully understand what the community wants for its children and are committed to delivering it in a high-quality educational environment. The founding team members care deeply about their community, the future of that community embodied in its children, and have demonstrated the energy, the will, and collaborative spirit to make this school a success. As an elected official for Beaufort, Charleston, and Colleton County delegations, it's clear that families want more options for their scholars. The opportunity to provide parents multiple options for their children's education is at the core of the opportunity in South Carolina. With a mission to target and work alongside community in ensuring all scholars have a fair academic playing field today, I speak in support of and ask you to approve the charter for Sea Island Heritage Academy. Sincerely, Senator Chip Campson, and thank you so much for allowing me to speak today in support of Sea Island Heritage Academy.
Thank you.
I'll say something about that.
Members of the board, you may remember Heritage Academy, an applicant from last year. The Charter Committee chose to withdraw their application at our suggestion, and however, they still came and presented to you. You suggested that they make some changes and come back next year with a better application and fix any issues that they had. And so here they are today. Staff recommends that the South Carolina Public Charter School District Board of Trustees approve the charter school application received from Sea Islands Heritage Academy to serve grades 6 through 8, and conditionally approve the charter school application to serve grades 9 through 12, contingent on the submission of a fully developed and detailed high school curriculum plan that meets the state statute and is deemed acceptable upon review by PCSD staff. The mission of Sea Islands Academy, or Sea Islands, is to partner with the community to provide a 6th through 12th grade educational experience that empowers and prepares all scholars to recognize the fullness of their identity, to determine, pursue, and succeed in the future of their choice. The school accomplished this by honoring the gifts of the local context, the Gullah Geechee Cultural Heritage Corridor, and leveraging those gifts to cultivate scholars' minds, hearts, and hands. The Sea Islands Committee desires to open a school on St. Helena Island in Beaufort County, rooted in the historic Gullah Geechee culture of the area, serving 150 6th and 7th grade students in year 1 and adding 1 grade level each year, serving grades 6 through 12 in the school's 6th year. The maximum projected enrollment is 585 students. By assessing the local elementary school's academic needs, the school is aware of the perpetuating gaps that middle and high school students may experience. The school's target communities, St. Helena and Seabrook Island, are historically low-performing and lack school choices. Of the schools located within the 2 targeted communities, the percentage of pupils in poverty ranges between 54% and 93%, and less than 20% of students are proficient in ELA or math. Committed to building and sustaining community partnerships and support throughout its programming, the school has numerous partner organizations that have pledged their support for Sea Islands and are committed to working with future scholars. Partner organizations will offer scholar internships or other support through either in-kind services or payment-based services built into the budget. Partners include arts-focused organizations such as Responsible Artistry and the Gullah Kinfolk Theater, culturally focused organizations such as the Gullah Geechee Cultural Heritage Corridor and the University of South Carolina at Beaufort, USCB, natural resource-focused organizations such as the South Carolina Department of Natural Resources, the Ace Basin National Estuarian Research Reserve, Gullah Farms Co-op, Earth People Farms, Marshview Farms, and Morning Glory Homestead, and also civics-focused organizations such as the Conservation Voters of South Carolina and several local delegates offices. The school will provide individual learning plans and personalized instruction in 4 open concept multi-age classroom models, each containing 50 to 60 scholars. Middle school student learning will take place through 2 hour and 35-minute learning blocks. Like the Montessori structure of work cycles, an uninterrupted learning block with independent goals and lessons, the school's learning blocks will allow scholars to experience direct instruction through 3 45-minute small group rotations. The applicant narrative explains that the place-based education, or PBE, model is research-based, high-impact, deep learning educational approach that leverages the community as a classroom and is tied to student engagement, improving academic outcomes for all. The chosen curricula for language arts and math are both highly rated and rigorous, provide a variety of pedagogical approaches, and are aligned with South Carolina state standards. Flexible, dynamic groups will be created to fit the needs of all students best. These groupings will be driven by data and seen throughout Sea Island's middle and high school programming. If approved, the school's Curriculum Implementation Team, or CIT, will convene to develop the middle school social studies and science curriculum during the planning year. The CIT group, consisting of local educators, prospective governing board members, the prospective school leader, and organizational partners, will use a project-based framework to ensure South Carolina standards are met. Summit Online Learning Platform is the chosen high school curriculum the applicant describes as requiring teacher support in direction and remediation. High school students at Sea Islands will learn through a blended model, taking courses online and in a traditional setting. The amount of time high school students will learn virtually and the time instruction is teacher-led was not disaggregated. More evidence is needed to support how the state's defined program, grades 9 through 12, and graduation requirements will be met. Concerns about serving students in grades 9 through 12 include critical elements missing from the application narrative. For example, it needs to be clarified how students will earn credit hours, how grade point averages will be calculated, what information will be on transcripts, and what elective courses will be offered. If graduation requirements will exceed state and district standards, an explanation of the additional requirements was not included. During the capacity interview, the applicant discussed its commitment from USCB to work alongside the school as a dual enrollment partner. Sea Island's goal is that 80% of its students will be prepared to take dual enrollment courses by year 3. The principal, content leads, and student advocate make up the academic leadership team, or ALT. The ALT will be responsible for educator professional development, PD, planning, and facilitation. PD will include individual coaching, summer orientation, whole school PD, and collaborative planning time. All students will be served in an inclusive, least restrictive environment, and every child will have access to a free and appropriate public education. The applicant provides data regarding special populations, and the local district serves as an example of the types of populations it anticipates serving. Sea Islands will employ a student advocate as the special education coordinator and one certified special education educator in each grade band. It commits to meeting all student needs, keeping parents informed of educational plans, and providing a continuum of services. During the capacity interview, the committee stated that the school plans to collaborate with its authorizer to implement support services. The board's vision is clear and meets a high standard for operation and function. Page 96 of the application states that the key members of the founding committee all have one thing in common, a deep belief that in executing our school's mission, we will improve scholar achievement for some of the most vulnerable areas of Beaufort County. A detailed explanation of the board philosophy and utilization of the policy board manual for governance is provided. The narrative meets regulations on the required makeup of the board, adequately outlines the roles and responsibility, and clearly defines the process for appointing new members. The board of directors has one hire, the executive director. The executive director hires and manages the school leadership team, which includes the academic team and operations team, and is responsible for the school's day-to-day academic, financial, and business operations. Sea Island's board members bring extensive knowledge and experience in finance, fundraising, and development. The budget includes costs that directly impact and increase student achievement, such as one-to-one student devices, maintaining less than a 15-to-1 scholar-to-staff ratio, professional development opportunities, and an allotted $400 per pupil to account for intersession-related activities. Sea Islands intends to contract with an external certified public accountant, CPA firm, with charter school experience to handle day-to-day accounting and the annual audit. Although the applicant maintains it will be proactive in ensuring budget balance, meeting enrollment targets, and having sufficient cash to manage operations by regularly monitoring cash levels, should a budget shortfall exist, contingency plans are in place to decrease expenses, restructure contracts, and secure lines of credit and financing. Sea Islands has already secured at least $850,000 in private funds and grants for its startup efforts, from Building Excellent Schools, BES, supported by the Walton Foundation, and the Coastal Community Foundation Catalyst Challenge. The applicant is a semifinalist for $250,000 in startup funding through the Charter School Growth Fund, a nonprofit philanthropic venture capital fund that identifies the country's best public charter schools, funds their expansion, and helps increase their impact, as well as $215,000 from the New Schools Venture Fund. This organization finds, funds, and supports teams of educators and innovators who are reimagining public education. Both awards offer a combined funding of $565,000. The proposed layout of facilities has been cohesively designed to reflect the local heritage of family compounds with large multi-age learning spaces. The facility plan will be executed through multi-layered phases. Phase 1, with an expected completion date of May 2024, consists of 4 multi-age middle school cottages, an administration building, and an outdoor classroom, all centered around a village green. In summary, looking at the totality of information provided in the application, the capacity interview, and charter law, staff recommends the approval of Sea Islands Heritage Academy's charter application to serve grades 6 through 8 and conditionally approve it to serve grades 9 through 12. This recommendation is based on the additional evidence needed for the comprehensive, well-developed high school program that meets state-defined minimum program. Final approval to serve high school will be contingent upon the school's ability to provide evidence of capacity as deemed acceptable by PCSD staff review. Additionally, approval is subject to the statutory requirements to negotiate an acceptable contract, pre-opening conditions, and any applicable addenda. Thank you.
Thank you.
I invite the committee for Sea Islands Heritage Academy.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Kristen, thank you for your summary. My name is Alana Jenkins, and I'm the Charter Committee Chair and Prospective Executive Director of Sea Islands Heritage Academy. South Carolina Public Charter District trustees, reviewers, and staff, we are so grateful for your careful review of our application and community. We are grateful for you for allowing our founding committee the opportunity to develop your aspirations into the education model, philosophy, operations we discussed today. Who are we? Our founding team consists of education leaders, classroom teachers, district administrators, attorneys, development experts, executive directors, and most importantly, community members, all who share a deep appreciation for the assets in our Sea Island community and are invigorated about the ways in which place, the Gullah Geechee Cultural Heritage Corridor, can be leveraged to impact academic achievement. As we, the founding committee, transition into a governing body with an academic achievement committee, finance committee, and governance committee, our commitment to Sea Island's heritage and community needs will not waver. Sea Island Heritage Academy intends to be a 6th to 12th grade public charter school serving 585 scholars in northern Beaufort County through the philosophy of place-based education. Recent literature around scholar success has reiterated the importance of a sense of belonging in long-term sustained scholar success. Place-based education creates the conditions to amplify that sense of belonging, especially in a space so impactful as ours. Moving from left to right on the screen, the benefits of place-based education are not only part of a national narrative, but a local one as well. Nationally, adolescents who feel that they are part of a school community are more likely to perform better academically and be more motivated in schools. In fact, when children and adolescents feel a connection with school, they are less likely to engage in risky and antisocial behavior. our place, our home, can be positioned to facilitate these outcomes through place-based education. Governor McMaster sees that clearly. In his 2023 inaugural address, he shared, "Numerous scholars recognize that the Revolutionary War was won here in South Carolina. Our Gullah Geechee culture in the Low Country survives as a living link to our past. Our magnificent live oaks have seen more history than any of us. This natural and cultural heritage is an integral part of our quality of life." In our target community of Northern Beaufort County, we have heard from our 162 prospective families similar messages that point to the desire to leverage our local environment to amplify scholar success. Family voices and aspirations guide our work for Sea Island Heritage Academy. After listening to a shared community visions for Scholars' future, we knew that we needed a model that centers and affirms the power of place for all scholars. To that end, our mission is to partner with community to provide a 6th through 12th grade educational experience that empowers and prepares all scholars to recognize the fullness of their identity and determine, pursue, and succeed in the future of their choice. Academic choice is a reality for many scholars. Academic choice is a reality that many scholars in Beaufort County do not have. When over 70% of scholars enter middle school not proficient in reading or math, your choices are limited. Even more so when that data is disaggregated by race or pupils in poverty, a striking 80 to 90% of scholars in our priority zones are not meeting proficiency. The choice then becomes even more limited. At Sea Island Heritage Academy, we believe in empowering and preparing all scholars to recognize the fullness of their identity and to determine, pursue, and succeed in the future of their choice. That begins with widening the opportunity for choice and ensuring that proficiency is not the benchmark, but the expectation. Ultimately, Sea Island's Heritage Academy is right for our target community because first, its proximity to cultural affirmation in the Gullah Geechee Cultural Heritage Corridor. Secondly, the pervasive academic gaps which mirror the financial gaps perpetuating the inequality in our community. And third, the need for career and college preparation in fields that address community needs and the projected community growth. Like many areas throughout South Carolina, growth is inevitable. In Northern Beaufort County, the St. Helena Census Tract, inclusive of Ladies Island, has the highest rate of growth at 1.4, with 3,100 homes permitted to be built on Ladies Island in the coming years. Sea Island's Heritage Academy will work to support that growth. We intend to open our doors in July of 2024 with 150 6th and 7th grade scholars and grow to a school of 585. By adding 1 grade a year until full capacity in fiscal year 31, our slow grow model allows for us to grow at a rate that keeps fidelity to our programmatic features. We have a robust recruitment plan, which includes working alongside camps and community organizations to host informational sessions, having house meetings, extensive social media, as well as knocking on doors via canvassing and direct mail. We are confident in our outreach to attract 150 scholars year one. However, our break-even enrollment is 120 scholars. We currently have 162 interested families and have communicated with over 492 community members. Many of these family aspirations have contributed to our 4 non-negotiable elements that our school model is based upon: place-based instruction, personalized learning, proactive school culture, and powered by community. We have heard from families a deep appreciation for the place and its legacy. However, we have also heard a desire for young scholars to gain an appreciation for the place earlier and see the Low Country as a place where they can stay and grow their family's life and future. As such, our academic-facing non-negotiable elements, place-based instruction, and personalized learning provides a scholar, family, and faculty experience that prioritizes individual scholar need and growth and places their learning in a locally relevant context. Our year-round curriculum creates the opportunity for intersessions, where scholars will have the opportunity to have workforce development or exposure to know what they're interested in and why. Beginning as early as mid-May, our curriculum implementation team, led by a member of our Academic Achievement Committee, will work alongside partner organizations such as the University of South Carolina at Beaufort and the Department of Natural Resources to develop a project-based history and science curriculum that allows for scholars to have a robust understanding of their local community. However, our charter with the South Carolina Public Charter District will be with the board, and the board's responsibility includes to build strategic partnerships, budget alignment, acquisition of mission-critical components such as professional development and hiring, and to set academic goals and progress monitor toward those goals to ensure that in year one, all scholars at Sea Island Heritage Academy grow at least 1 year. We also heard from community a deep desire for school to be a safe place where scholars are nurtured, a place where family and community values intersect to guide the scholar experience. To that end, our non-negotiable elements of proactive school culture empowered by community speak to that family and community need. This is particularly present in our open concept multi-age classrooms. This model, which borrows heavily from the tried and true Montessori practices, not only allows for scholar leadership and executive functioning to develop, but also create the conditions by which direct instruction happens in groups no larger than 12. By prioritizing small group instruction, learning gaps are addressed quickly and intentionally, which allows for scholars to thrive and classrooms to be positive learning spaces. Elements like our looping house system give scholars and families a single adult who will track their academic progress through looping with them. The consistency allows for scholars to have community engagement experiences that speak to their own wants, needs, and futures. As a board, our responsibilities will be to determine and monitor discipline compliance, to build strategic partnership, to focus around strategic board growth and development, and monitor our community council, a unique feature of our school which ensures that community engagement is seen throughout our process. Ultimately, if approved, Sea Island Heritage Academy will be a school that has been designed by community, serving our community, and monitored by our community. Beyond our non-negotiable elements, our facility plan speaks to the commitment to communal learning spaces. We plan on engaging in a long-term ground lease on a 4-acre parcel adjacent to a community development corporation, a CDC, which currently houses a community commercial kitchen and an after-school program. We would work in partnership with them and a historic organization that owns the adjacent parcel to create a campus for Sea Island Heritage Academy. Developed by Epstein Architecture, a firm working on a number of charter projects in South Carolina, our site plan and program, projected here, will be approximately 36,000 square feet at full program. Under the guidance of bonding firm D.A. Davidson, our debt capacity will be about $8 million, and the cost of facility, the entire facility, will be about $10.9 million. Master planning and development of Phase 1 will begin as soon as our potential authorization. We plan to begin construction of Phase 2 in the summer of 2026. We intend to begin construction of Phase 3 in the summer of 2028. Now, we understand the unanticipated challenges of construction and have been working alongside Hubrich Consulting to make sure that those are clear. And as such, any portion of our potential site can be used and outfitted with temporary modular structures. The bird's eye view seen here shows the wooded area as Sea Island Heritage Academy's potential site. By way of facilities finance planning, we have identified potential lines of credit and bridge loan lenders from Building Hope, South Carolina Community Loan Fund, and South Carolina Community Works, as well as Equitable Facilities Funds, a national organization to support facilities funding. By way of funding opportunities, we have some exciting updates to share from Kristen's presentation. We have $1.3 million in grant, including $750,000 from the Coastal Community Foundation, $100,000 from the Walton Family Foundation, and a total of $465,000 from New Schools Venture Funds and Charter School Growth Funds, two national organizations of which we are now finalists for instead of semi-finalists. It is clear today, looking at our community, that Sea Islands Heritage Academy, we have community at our core. We have worked and will continue to work to address the needs of the striking educational gaps through affirmation of place, to create and maintain a sense of belonging for all scholars in Northern Beaufort County. Our founding committee here today is ready to transition to a governing body and serve our community as stewards of their aspirations and tax dollars for our scholars. Thank you.
Thank you. Do any of the people who are with you wish to say anything?
Oh, they can introduce themselves.
Good morning. My name is Chris Opart, and I am a prospective board member, 20-year Army career in artillery and public relations, and also was supposed to be an educator until 9/11 happened, and I've been substitute teaching and getting a firsthand account of Beaufort County at this point.
Good morning. Thank you for the opportunity to introduce myself. I'm Victoria Smalls, a parent of a school-aged child. I am a strategic partner. I'd like to call myself that. I am a former educator, early childhood education, and I am the executive director for the Gullah Geechee Cultural Heritage Corridor National Heritage Area, and a proud prospective board member of Sea Island Heritage Academy.
Hello, I am Amber Spates. I am a parent of a 2-year-old, yes, please pray for me, and a 7-year-old. I am a school administrator with the lovely South Carolina Public Charter District, and I am a prospective board member of Sea Islands Heritage.
Good morning, I'm Mary Jacobs. I'm a former public educator, worked 33.5 years in large districts, North Carolina, Gwinnett County, and a principal of a middle school. College professor for 15 years, did mentoring, did performance-based for the state of Georgia and Mercer. And then I do consulting, which I don't do as much as I used to, and now write children's books and donate money to an organization that I love.
Thank you. We're open for questions.
All right, thank you. First, before we can proceed, we need a motion.
I move that we accept the staff's recommendation for approval.
Second, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, we've got a motion and a second. I'll open it up. Let's start over here with Dr. Strickland and come back around for any questions.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you for that presentation and your hard work. There's a lot of work went to get to this point. One of the things as a comment, I think the work cycles is a good thing as it leads in as a former superintendent with public school Montessori. That will be a wonderful lead-in because I think we found out during the pandemic that, some students cannot work online, but these students will certainly have that. In reading through this, I said that will give an advantage for that using the work cycles thing. Questions that I have as also a former high school principal in working with this, can you, I know that Summit Online, which is a good platform, can someone kind of, how that would work, just a general overview, no great details, but an overview, I know it's blended. Tell me just briefly something about that, please.
Yeah, so Summit Learning Platform would be our intended high school curriculum. And the fun thing about Summit Learning Platform is that you cannot apply to be a partner until after you have some historical data, right? So that's why we are intending it for our high school. The Summit Learning Platform really allows for project-based learning using EL education and, if I'm correct, Amplify Science, right? And the educators act as mentors and facilitators, and scholars work on a number of different projects, which they have perpetual check-ins around throughout the course of any given number of days. But that is what our high school curriculum will be around. We intend on applying to be Summit Learning Platform partners in our first year of operation, and really intend to use a small group of gifted and learning scholars to pilot that and then grow it into our high school.
Right, thank you. Final question. The plan of transportation, can reaching the numbers, can you make a comment on transportation? Do you think you can reach your total of break even at 125 without transportation, or what form of transportation will you use?
Yeah, so I'm sorry, Dr. Strickland, thank you.
No, go ahead, ma'am.
We have some preliminary transportation already built into our budget. We have one bus that is real purchase, as well as an FTE set aside for an employee to run that bus. By year 3, we'll have 2 buses in both parts of northern Beaufort County. It's a pretty large swath, but as we heard from our family members, driving is something that we're very used to doing in Beaufort. So really thinking about using the habits that we already have, and also supporting the most vulnerable families through having the option of transportation year 1 on a smaller scale, and then growing it as we get larger.
Thank you, ma'am.
You're welcome, thank you.
Mr. Gilchrist, can we wait 1 minute?
Sure.
At the behest of our illustrious legal counsel, wanted to clarify the motion to make sure that we line up with what the staff recommendation is. And I want to make sure that you're okay with this. The staff recommendation is approval of the charter school to serve 6 through 8 and conditionally approve 9 through 12. I just want to make sure that's the absolute motion, because that's not all that was said in the motion. And I don't want to, I hate to get in the weeds with semantics, but it's important. Can we clarify that the full staff recommendation is the motion, Dr. Pope?
Yes, it is.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chairman, on that, I had a question on that. May I ask that right now?
Yes.
That will be the motion, I guess, up or down, unless it's amended. But that motion, when we come to our vote time, if someone wanted to offer an amendment to that, that would be an open option, right? Someone could offer an amendment to that if they wanted to. So it's,
Yes.
I just want to be sure. I thought, okay. Thank you.
Okay, so we good, Eric? Okay, all right, I'm sorry.
No,
Go ahead.
thank you, Mr. Chairman. So thank you guys for your presentation today. I'm Billy's hiding me here, but
I know, it's
Let
hard
me
to
give
see.
you the full view.
no, you're fine. Thank you guys for your presentation today. Dr. Strickland actually asked one of the questions that I had, and that was about your transportation plan within your proposal. Talk with me a little bit about your facility and where you are with OSF. Just help me understand that a little bit better.
Yep, so we have already contracted Epstein Architecture to really build out that site plan. We have already had a pre-approval meeting with Beaufort County around this site particularly. We are looking to do a couple things by way of next steps. We're going to have an additional pre-approval meeting, submit a concept design, and submit a master plan, as well as submit each phase to Beaufort County. In that master plan, we're expecting to have architectural, drainage, utilities, parking, and natural resources included so that they will be able to approve the master plan for each phase. We have already begun conversations with Office of School Facilities around what that would look like, right? And beginning that process with them in DOT, because we do know that is a very, very busy intersection. We have the pleasure of having a back road that would allow for some additional exits in the facilities. However, the on-site traffic operational patterns is what we will really need to review with DOT, and we're looking forward to beginning that process upon approval.
Okay, thank you. No, thanks for that.
Thank you.
Talk to me a little bit about teacher recruitment. I'm going to ask this question to every charge, so if you're here, you sit in the audience, you're going to get this question from me today. Because we obviously know that there is an issue with teacher recruitment all across the country. Help me understand how you've thought a little bit about that.
Yeah, so we have been recruiting since July of 2020, right? So that begins by our curriculum co-design team, curriculum school model co-design team. That included a number of educators within the community who are ready to sign on when our school opens its doors. So that's our real way of direct recruitment, really talking to folks about our model and having begun engaging and continued engaging since 2020 with community members about our model is our direct way of recruitment. We're also looking at tried and true methods, right? So really reaching out to the networks of our committee here, as well as my personal network as an educator for over a decade in high-performing charter schools in New York City. Really have quite a few folks who are really excited about the opportunity for a school that not only values scholars in their growth in their education, because that is the core, but also really leverages this special place that we have here in Beaufort County and in South Carolina to really make an educational difference and create a sense of belonging for scholars.
Great, and my last comment, I just want to commend you for your fundraising efforts.
Thank you.
You know, that's always an issue of charter schools being able to go out and raise money and more specifically have a plan in place to try to help with sustainability as it relates to revenue. So I just wanted to commend you on that.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, that's all I have.
Thank you. Cindy?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. The first point I want to make is a point of disclosure. I am the younger-looking older sister of Senator Campson. And for those of you who have met, and you better agree with what I just said. He doesn't smile much, but his best work is from here up. Brain. And his hunting and his appreciation for South Carolina's cultural history. Yes. And you can tell by the way he talks, he's a part of that history and celebrates that history, as we were taught to do every day. My father, George, spoke to us in ways that we never heard other people speak. You know, he and Fritz Heiling sound just alike, and that was a neat thing to see.
I thought he was older.
Huh?
I thought you were older.
You better be glad you're not sitting right here. Any dissing from the coach is a compliment, you find out. He feels comfortable with those that he does that to. I wanted to ask about the balance of this. The celebration, the rich celebration of the cultural context, which is so deeply planted in the low country of South Carolina. For scholars to understand that, it's hugely critical. But at the same time, to celebrate the individuality. So that, the purposeful messaging of that, if you could just talk to me about that balance.
Yeah, so that's a really great question. Thank you so much for that. Really thinking about the practices and beliefs that come from the culture, right? Maybe not the tangible physical things, right? And thinking about that self-determination and self-actualization that is very deeply rooted in the Gullah Geechee Cultural Heritage Corridor. And thinking about how We are creating environments for scholars as a whole, right? That looks, feels, and represents the Gullah Geechee Cultural Heritage Corridor on one end, and in the other end, really focusing on a non-negotiable element of personalized education. Really ensuring that scholars have that single adult that loops up with them in middle school, and then a new adult that loops up with them in high school, allows for the individual growth for a scholar to truly happen, right? So not only are you learning within the context of your local environment, which is really the key, really thinking about how you can bring your learning back to your community, but you also have a champion alongside you and your family that says, this is how you're doing on the day-to-day, let's get it better.
Good, because in the end, when we all go home at night, we're with ourselves, you know what
Exactly.
I mean? And our paths are different, even though we come from same places. People go into different directions. So that's a great balance. So you're saying strength in both.
Yes.
And so the adult that steps in middle school and high school, that is what the house system is connoting? Is that what that is about?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, good. I wanted to know about that too. Let me ask you, on the issue of Montessori, I might have missed this, but my impression on Montessori methodology is that it works best for younger grades. How is the incorporation of that? I might be off on that, but is it more intense in the lower grades and then the Montessori aspects diminish a little? Or tell me about how the run of that is.
So the Montessori aspects in secondary Montessori look a little bit different, right? So we have modeled a lot of our work after Truth Montessori, a DC authorized public charter school that serves only secondary scholars, right? And only scholars who have come from a number of different backgrounds and have just placed them in a Montessori model. So a lot of our practices that we have written about in our application, from our work cycle, Dr. Strickland, to our systems and procedures around that, are heavily borrowed from their work.
Okay, and did I understand you correctly? You're saying that these children were involved in the Montessori concept in secondary?
Yes, only secondary.
Only secondary.
Yeah, and so in their school saw a tremendous amount of growth.
Yeah.
They saw about 40 points on their state assessment increase in 1 year.
Let me ask you, I know this is a small question.
Yes, ma'am.
What about, I'm trying to look for it right here, but is it written in this summary that the district is going to take appeals pertinent to your school? That's not, I'm reading that wrong. Like if a student didn't get in, I think it says on a certain page.
It does.
The district.
It's on page 6.
Page 6. I don't think we do that.
Of what we
do
have,
that.
of what we have.
do that.
That is one of the few exceptions. If a student doesn't get in for any reason other than lottery, it can be appealed to the district board. Right?
So that's just across the board. That is okay. I had never read that before. Okay. Let me ask you this. Can you tell us a little bit about the relationship with USC Beaufort? And now, when I looked at their Reconstruction Institute, I'm
Yes,
not sure
ma'am.
I've got the right word.
Mm-hmm.
They wouldn't only leave it at Reconstruction era. They're working silo up to the present, so it's not kind of stuck in a time frame.
Yeah, they'll be one of our partners on that. So the curriculum implementation team that Kristen mentioned will be inclusive of that USCB participant, but also inclusive of social studies educators currently, right, who can
yeah.
really align to current South Carolina state standards
Yes.
for 6th through 12th grade scholars.
Okay, thank you so much. Now, I'm almost finished. I do have some concerns about the voting for the conditional approval issue. I have a bit of concerns for that, and I'm not making a recommendation. I'm just talking in my right to kind of pontificate here or articulate here. I don't know if, because I feel a little uncomfortable with the staff relaying appropriately what they honestly saw as some deficiencies in the application verbiage pertinent to the higher grades. And so this might just be a question for staff. Not that I have said nothing to anybody here about this, but not that this would be the case today. But would it be a valid option that for an approval to go through the 9th grade, which occurs in the 3rd year, to give them a little more time to meet our staff standards for full approval in those higher grades? I'm just asking staff that, or our attorney that, or how is staff doing about this? I want to hear how you are about all this.
Yes, so the reasoning behind the conditional approval, the application, and they will admit to this, they know, in like page 30, I think around page 36, where they mention the Summit Learning Platform for grades 9 through 12. It states in the application that in year 1 of operation, they will begin formatting and planning for the high school ages. So at this time, at the time of the application, when it comes before you, we would like to see the full 6th grade through 12th grade built out, but by design, they have only built out grades 6 through 8, and in year 1, they intend to then build out the details of 9 through 12. So we couldn't get a clear visualization of what that looked like from start to finish.
Okay, and what will be your mechanism if we approve it to grade 12? What will be your mechanism of revisions with them? I mean, what will be your opportunities for your governance in seeing this process through?
So part of what we would do is work with the school just like as we do with other pre-opening conditions and other conditional approvals, and work with them to review those, the information, review samples, really work with them to really investigate and ensure that their curriculum meets the expectation of South Carolina state standards, really looking at the instructional model, looking at the curriculum, and just working that in play. And one of the things that, in terms of our conditional, though this was not as fully developed, we do, the school does have the opportunity for time to really continue building that out. And one of the things that we did note in our review and certainly in the capacity exercise is that they really demonstrated they have significant capacity already as a founding committee to make this a reality. And so that's why, we just didn't have quite the information, but we certainly recommend that we approve them for 6 through 8, conditionally 9 through 12, as to allow them to build out those curricular and instructional plans for those grades.
And you will report back to us as that status changes?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, good. That was
Cindy, what they could do is, when they get to that point in the future, if the stars haven't aligned and they've got a few hurdles to overcome, they can come back to us and ask for an amendment to delay it for a certain period of time and then come back.
Yes.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry.
Yes, go ahead.
You go ahead, because you're in the, okay. This is a tangent-ish question, but in terms of the wonderful grants that with your initiative and foresight you have gone after, do we make other applicants, these guys came to it on their own, but are we a source of knowledge for our applicants to know where there might be grant opportunities?
That's a great question. I mean, I think it's certainly something that we would like to do. I know the State Department of Education maintains a list that is ideally updated with frequency on available opportunities, but it just in this particular instance just shows that the capacity that they've already undertaken to identify non-traditional, the Walton Foundation and other opportunities for them. But it is certainly something that we can begin capturing and sharing with other potential applicants.
Mr. Chairman, I'm excited about that opportunity because if we haven't explored it fully, we could have that expertise, hopefully, and so that all could hear the great things that they've already found out. You see what I mean about where those pots are?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Randy.
Thank you. First of all, I want to thank you so much for your presentation this morning. Really enjoyed it and just appreciate the work and the foresight you had in putting it together. I also want to congratulate you on just an incredible fundraising plan. I mean, that's just, at this point of where you are, to have that much lined up and to be ready to be in line for additional funding is exemplary. As my state representative and state senator will attest, I bombard them quite often with concerns about why the state of South Carolina does not provide transportation to public charter students. And so I get very excited when a public charter school comes in with plans for transportation I know my colleague had asked some questions about it before, and I hope at some point the state of South Carolina will provide it to every student to go to a public or a public charter school. That said, I'm not super familiar with the layout of the land, and I believe in your PowerPoint presentation there was the target community slide. Where exactly is the school located, and then, where is the hub and spoke, I guess, is of the transportation?
Yes. Sorry, I tried to point it at the screen, but the pointer goes away when you put it on the screen. So the entirety of the northern Beaufort County is our target. Oh. I'm sorry. Oh. Chris, can you answer that question for us so I don't say anything else?
Yeah, so just geographical landscape here, Modesto, and you move up, Bluffton and Savannah is down here. The major river kind of bisects the county. It almost makes it into two parts except for one little Schoolville Road, 170 that comes across, which is why you see her shaded in red. St. Helena is the island right here with the barrier island on the outside. It would be down over, so right in here is where the school would be located at. Be right down there.
Randy, do you know where Hunting Island is?
Yes.
Yes.
It's on the way to Hunting Island.
Okay, very good.
Okay.
One road for about, I want to say about 4 miles, but then it branches into two to come over to Port Royal. So that's the transportation spoke. You have two ways to get to. It's not a choke point.
Okay.
So you have two ways to get to the school, and that's what we're talking about. And they're not wrong. I've learned to drive all over the county, but to get to whatever we need to get to, because everything is kind of spread out. So parents are willing, and the transportation plan allows for those kind of two funnels to come in.
Great, thank you so much.
Have you ever been through Ladies Island? On the way out to Hunting Island?
Probably, I mean.
It's about, the easiest way, it's about 5 or 6 miles from Publix.
Okay, very good.
It's on the way.
Great, thank you very much.
Dr. Pokes?
Thank you so much for your presentation. I'm very excited about this school. I think cultural awareness is so important, and I think it's important that we keep our culture and remember our history. I do have a few questions, and one's already been answered, but you don't see transportation within the next 5 years as being an obstacle?
No, because we've already built it into our budget, and with the additional funding, we are really going to address that need, right?
Okay. Because it says 5 years before you'll have the vehicles for transportation. It says within 5 years.
We have the vehicles for transportation year 1. By year 5, we'll have 2 vehicles.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. And the other question, I think on the slide it said 2027, the construction phase 3, but you mentioned 2028. Is it 2027 or 2028?
It's 2028.
Okay.
That might have been a more updated number since we originally presented for the district.
Okay, and my final question is, I know that with traditional schools, there's a lot of focus put on standardized testing, and they spend a lot of time with that. If you're going to bring in the part about cultural awareness, how do you plan to make sure that enough time is spent on getting the students ready to close that achievement gap? Because if we take time away from the standards to teach the culture, then the students may not be ready to take the same type of assessment as the other students in the traditional public school.
Absolutely. So we keep our eyes on the future, but we also work towards that standardized testing. So we make sure that we have that blended model of focusing on where are you going? Where's the future going for you? And that is why we have to bring it back to standardized testing and where you're going now.
Mm-hmm.
So to get there, we have to get to the now. So that's how we kind of get that blend of both and never take our eyes off the prize of to and through high school in our future. So does that answer your question?
Yes, thank you. And I really hate that standardized testing is so much a part of our lives. It's that you have it all the way through life. Thank you.
Go ahead.
Great, thank you, and thank you for your presentation. And so I'm sorry for my confusion. Will there be physical buildings built in place when you open on your first day? I know you said you're going to be building over a period of years, but will it just be modular buildings, or will there be a physical building?
Our current plan, let's see if we move this over here, the other way. Our current plan is for phase 1 to be completed by July of 2024. And so that would include the 4 middle school buildings, as well as an administration building for year 1. And that's if all goes according to plan, which means that we would need to begin the process almost tomorrow.
Yep, okay. No, that's great, thank you. And I asked this to the last school as well. Have you guys had a conversation about, for that building, will you have an SRO, one-way in or out during the school day, all of the kind of physical safety things? Do you have a plan in place?
Yeah, so safety is always going to be our first priority. We want to ensure that our scholars are safe in our buildings. So we are thinking around what that looks like and building out an SRO plan. We currently do not have one, but we will look forward to looking at models in the district and working alongside you to develop that plan.
Yeah, I would just urge,
Yes.
conversation about that, because once it happens, it's too late. Are there any Montessori associations that you are working with, talking to about your developing your day, developing especially the materials you're going to use? Can you list off a couple of those?
Yeah, so
if you're using any.
So
or working
Truth
with any.
Montessori is a school that we really have been modeling out off of, right? Because their population is almost directly aligned to our population. A lot of Montessori schools, as mentioned before, starts off in younger grades and have smaller numbers of students. This school has 360 students and a lot of teachers, right? And so we have borrowed heavily from their programmatic features and systems. We have some of those that are attached to our application in that Appendix G.
Okay.
So like the work cycle and the flow for the work cycle is really based on their model.
Yeah, no, I'm thinking more of not so much the school, but there are associations that help Montessori schools, and there's a Montessori Teachers Association and a bunch of others. Are there any that you had talked to? And it's okay if the answer is no.
So currently the answer is no.
It's not an up or down. Yeah, okay, that's fine. Okay, so in your paperwork, it said you're going to have 80% of your students in dual enrollment by year 3. Is that correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so by year 3, you're anticipating being up to 9th grade. Can you tell me?
By year 3 of high school. By year 3 of high school, right? So by 3 years of our high school operation. So that won't be until
year 6.
So not 80% of your students, but 80% of each student's time will be dual enrollment?
80% of our high school students will be prepared for dual enrollment
Got
by
it.
year 3 of our high school.
Oh, I see what you're
Yes.
saying. I see what you're saying. Yep,
Yes.
I'm with you. Okay, thanks. Okay, and then you mentioned in your professional development for teachers that you listed a bunch of things you're going to be doing. One of the things you listed was SEL. Do you have a curriculum for SEL
Yes.
already picked out? And can you tell me
So
what that
we
is?
intend to work with the Clover curriculum of SEL learning. They have a holistic scholar assessment that has been nationally normed, and we're excited about the opportunities to have our goals attached to them.
Okay, thanks.
Mr. Gilchrist, did you have
Mr. Chairman, thank you for allowing me to follow up. I just wanted to go back to the staff's discussion about a conditional approval. They would not have to come back to us. Would you handle that administratively? How is that going to be handled, or would they have to come back for conditional approval?
On the conditional approval process would require them to come back here to make sure that the conditions had been met. It's generally handled administratively, but ultimately would come back before the board with a report from the staff that indicates that conditions had been met or not been met, and an acknowledgement from this board and a vote from the board to remove the conditions.
Thank you.
You good? Do you have a follow-up? Do you have a follow-up?
I don't know if it's a follow-up.
Do you want to say something?
Yes.
Okay.
This is my generic question that you heard me ask before, but with charter schools being the preeminent value, a great value for parents and the respective parents as an institution and all those great things about parents, are you, I would hope that you would honor what your parents are leading, where they're leading you in their voices, because we know that they have the best interest of their children on issues of gender, issues of race, and any other pertinent issues, that their voice is always heard loudly and valued.
So, and I'll respond to that. First of all, though, when Alana met me, she had already started with community members making the curriculum. So the families have already had input into this process. Our goal as the board and her as executive director is to continue that trust with the parents as we move forward. Substitute teaching the last couple of months has opened my eyes, and then having my own 4 kids, everyone really does want to work together, but there is a complete talking past of each other in a lot of schools. And that's been the biggest challenge that I've seen for administrators, is parents like me want to help, but at the same time, that takes more effort on both parties. I have to be more responsive, they have to be more responsive, and that's where the communication can break down. And with the size classes that she's talking about, and with the families having essentially a stake in the game, I mean, this is their school that they have put together. I think you'll see that mesh very nicely together, and you'll see a positive feedback loop.
Kind of organically.
Exactly,
Yeah.
exactly.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Good. All right. Kind of want to paint a picture. The new school that was here earlier, PD Hall, they come from a very rural area. They explained, they're kind of landlocked. Not that there's any water near them, but they don't have highways or industry or anything like that. They're trying to do it on their own. The Beaufort area, and just for full disclosure, I lived on Ladies Island for 15 years. I was in Beaufort for 17 years. So I kind of feel like I've got a little inside perspective. Not these people, I don't know these people, but these people, I've got a little perspective, because my children used to play sports on St. Helena Island. They went to Bridges for a while, but they would have gone to Beaufort High. They were integrated with the children from this area. So I have a little different perspective. Beaufort is, and would you go back to, there's 2 slides I want to go back to. One is the one you kept touching, the one that had the breakdown of the zip codes.
I'm staying over here this time?
Yeah, you stay over there. No, it's the zip codes.
Zip code, one more back.
The zip codes.
Target community.
That area has a deep and rich heritage in what's called Gullah Geechee. Now, as you can tell, I am definitely Northern European. I am not Gullah Geechee, but I can tell you from experience, it is a deep and very proud people. This area, Beaufort, there's a lot of money there, but there's also a lot of poverty. There's a lot at the bottom, there's a lot at the top, and there's a thin layer in the middle.
Yes.
And unfortunately, a lot of times people get caught in the middle, but a lot of the people on these islands, they're at the bottom. They rightly explained a moment ago, they do a lot of driving because your islands, I think the county's 62 or 63 major islands and over 100 small ones. I remember back in the day, I used to work for Beaufort County. They had an airplane that flew around to spray for mosquitoes because you just couldn't drive it. Okay. I've flown on that plane a long time ago. It's an old admiral's plane. But I just want to show you it's kind of like the best of times and the worst of times between the 2 schools we were just looking at. There is a need in this area. The reason I asked for this to come up, I recognize several of those zip codes. Tell me if I'm wrong. 29902 is downtown Beaufort.
Yes.
29906 is out in Burton near Robert Small's school.
Yes.
29907 used to be my zip code on Ladies Island.
Yes.
29910 is that Port Royal? Bluffton? Okay.
Yep.
So, and then 29920 is St. Helena, Fripp Island, Harbor Island, all of that area out there. And if I do the math, it's 65 to 70% are from that cluster of that area.
Yes.
So, yeah, there is driving, but the vast overwhelming majority of people who would go to the school are within 5 to 10 miles. It's not a great
sir.
trip, but I suspect that you'll draw from other places as well. You talked about facilities. Now, would you go to, it's the aerial view of where the school would be, your proposed location? That one. All right, so I know what Sea Island Parkway is what goes out to Harbor Island. Where is that? Is that near the Penn Center?
It is right near the Penn Center. It's actually adjacent to Penn Center's property at 863. That is their property, as well as across the street. It's MLK Park, which is also their property.
About
A mile.
It's a mile from Parker's convenience store.
Well, it's right next to Parker's
Okay,
convenience store.
all
So
right. So I know where you are. Okay, all right. But no, and all joking aside, facilities are very important.
Yes, sir.
Years ago, I served on the board at Bridges, and we had to beg, borrow, and plead to find facilities. We had to split the school up into 3 locations at one point. This is very important to your survival.
Yes.
Assuming that you become a school. If the high school doesn't work out, it goes into what you were talking about. If, for whatever reason, the high school didn't work out, can the school survive as 6 through 8?
Yes.
Okay. I assume you would be eligible, Nick could answer this, for P&I grant? Or John, maybe you could?
Yes, sir, they would be.
What is the number? I haven't had to deal with that in a decade. What's the amount of the P&I grant now? Oh, okay. Okay.
Sorry about that. I had to plug in my computer.
That's okay.
The P&I grant is typically spread over 3 years, and it's anywhere from like 500,000 to $1 million per year.
Per year?
Yes.
Okay. That's grown since the last decade. I
Yes.
don't remember it being that high. Next question. And again, I've seen the students from this area, and unfortunately, and if they weren't deficient, you wouldn't be here because your current school system would be hunky-dory and everything would be great. If so many students are academically deficient, explain how you're going to teach them up, if you will, to bring them up to grade level.
Yeah, we're excited about the curriculums that you've chosen for numeracy and literacy. ARC Core, American Reading Company Core, is our ELA curriculum. Its bread and butter is really growing students at a number of different rates, right? Because it is a curriculum that generally spans over multi-age groups, so they'll have a 6th through 8th grade topic, right, which scholars will then do inquiry around and have standards aligned towards. Teachers will have the opportunity to address the direct needs of students through their curriculum. As well, we have the individual learning plans of scholars. Those individual learning plans, which each scholar will have, has their summative data, informative data around NWE MAP, right? And tracking their data will first allow us to know where they are and then know where their gaps are and address those gaps directly.
Okay. In that area, I know there's at least, in that immediate area, there's at least 3 charter schools. Riverview, which is a Beaufort County charter school, Bridges, and then Low Country Montessori. How do you plan to market and distinguish yourself from these other schools? Because it would be in a market. I mean, this is a marketplace.
So there's a couple things, and Alana mentioned this. Beaufort County has explosive growth, especially south of the river, and now, as you know, the joke is Lady Island is going to sink into the ocean from the development along with Port Royal and Beaufort. So there's a numbers is where I want to start. So the school district is really looking to move and use most of their infrastructure resources south because, like where I live, my kids are already in trailers and the school was built 5 years ago. The schools are going to quickly fill up north of the river over the next 5 years based on the projections, the new homes in Port Royal, Ladies Island, and in downtown Beaufort as they start bringing in more affordable housing and workforce housing. Secondly, it's different in the sense of this has the community feedback now, and it is something that Alana is going to have to work very hard on, is keeping that for years and years to go from. But it's different in the sense of it's going to be a kind of a family, community-style atmosphere that is all kind of hinged together, and that is and individual learning tracks. I've learned, my 4 kids are very different people, and I think these ladies over here have kind of learned the same thing. Even my kids don't learn the same way, and that's what's going to be different than a lot of other schools, is that we'll be able to develop individualized tracks, whether that's college prep, tech, however we want to do it, and however they want to do it, and we can mold that as they grow. So that would be kind of our main marketing is, you can take your kid's strengths and weaknesses, and he can help, and he and she can help develop, and you can help develop his path starting in 6th grade all the way up through high school, and we can adjust it as interests grow. As they catch up in reading, we can make all these adjustments.
Okay, thank you. I think that's all the questions I have. Just keep in mind, as you've learned over these last couple of years, this is a huge endeavor, and the hardest part hasn't even started. It's a marathon, it's not a sprint. So again, I congratulate you. One other thing I would say is if you do get the vote, I mentioned the difference. It's kind of like a hamburger. You got a thin slice of middle income meat in between 2 large buns, poverty and wealth. The good thing is, as you said, I mean, Beaufort's exploding. Most of it's south of the Broad, but a lot of it's coming north of the Broad. I was there this past weekend, and I think it's sunk about 2 inches since I moved away in 2016. It's amazing. But because of that wealth, once success breeds success. If you get out there and you succeed, because we all know where the money pockets are down there, you can bring people in who want to help you succeed. Yes. So I'll quit preaching. But anyway, are there any more questions that may have been sparked? Is everybody good? Board good? Mm-hmm. All right, then I will call the motion. The motion, let me read it just so we're clear. The motion was to accept staff approval of the charter school application received from Sea Islands Heritage Academy to serve grades 6 through 8, and conditionally approve the charter school application to serve grades 9 through 12, contingent upon the submission of a fully developed and detailed high school curriculum plan that meets state statute and is deemed acceptable upon review by the district staff. Call the vote.
Mr. Butcher.
Yes.
Mr. Butcher votes yes. Mr. Gilchrist.
Yes.
Mr. Gilchrist votes yes. Mr. Miller not voting. Mrs. Mosteller.
Yes.
Mrs. Mosteller votes yes. Mr. Page votes yes. Mr. Payne.
Yes.
Mr. Payne votes yes. Dr. Pope.
Yes.
Dr. Pope votes yes. Dr. Strickland.
Yes.
Dr. Strickland votes yes. Mr. Chairman, we have unanimous approval of the motion.
All right. Miss Jenkins.
We're going to get you on autographs, so please come around.
Miss Jenkins, so I can follow up like I did earlier. Best 5 words you're going to hear today. Congratulations, you are a school.
work with into that. Oh, yeah, yeah, thank you. I appreciate it.
Thanks for coming.
Congratulations. So, yeah, we just need the board chair to,
We're going to go,
gavel
we're
us
going to
into
take
lunch. Gavel us into lunch.
All right, we will vote.
All right, we'll do lunch and then we'll come back.
They can go eat those donuts.
30 minutes.
There's a Dunkin' Donuts out there.
30 minutes is it. We're going to start back at 1. 1:45, they got 30.
Small business thing, they want me to make some comments, but I don't get
You got a copy of the chips.
You did.
We got 30 minutes.
I didn't know
Start
you'd
back
done
at
that.
1, and the other crowd, I saw them come in.
I wasn't surprised.
Give them a second. All right, for staff and ladies and gentlemen of the board, we're going to take a little break. We are going to, what, 30 minutes for lunch?
Yeah, say
Maybe?
30
We're going to take a break and have lunch, and then I think 30 minutes is good. That's
1 o'clock.
So maybe come back 1:10. We'll be back at 1:10. Okay, we'll stand in recess. Okay.
Not enough time.
Okay, we will come back into session. Next up is item C, Summit Academy, Learning in a Digital World. Kristen Farmer.
Okay. Staff recommends that the South Carolina Public Charter School District Board of Trustees approve the replication school application received from Summit Academy, Learning in a Digital World, or Summit. Summit's mission is to help students become confident, independent learners who are prepared to succeed in high school, college, and beyond. The applicant's priority focuses on cultivating critical relationships with students that lead to higher academic achievement and ensure students reach their potential goals through a digital hybrid model. The school will open with 200 students, 100 in each 6th and 7th grades. In year 2, the school will add 100 8th grade students, and by the school's 5th year, it anticipates enrolling 600 6th through 8th grade students. Summit proposes replicating the existing school, Youth Leadership Academy, or YLA, offering a digital hybrid model closely resembling YLA's successful model to support families of students in the Pickens and Aiken areas. The founding committee was formed based on a need communicated by families with the middle and high school age students in both communities. Parents in these communities want educational options where teachers' first mission is to build positive relationships. YLA, located in Pickens County, is in its 11th year, and Tall Pines STEM Academy, or Tall Pines, is in Aiken in its 6th year. Both schools are at capacity growth in student enrollment. Multiple parents and students sent letters expressing their support for Summit. Students stated reasons they believed the relationship building activities in conjunction with digital instruction would be beneficial. Senator Rex Rice and Representative Taylor contacted the Planning Committee to better understand Summit's model, and both communicated their support and offered future assistance. Summit will be mission-minded to effectively reach different cultural, racial, and ethnic groups reflecting the demographic population of the targeted areas. Since the digital hybrid school will focus on serving the populations of Aiken and Pickens counties, Summit commits that enrollment demographics will be reflective of both communities and considered during recruitment. The community will receive information about the new school through the school website, social media platforms, email, and local presentations. To replicate YLA's sense of culture, Summit will implement a digital hybrid educational program utilizing the ADDIE instructional model, analysis, design, develop, implement, evaluate, through all phases of its program. The educational program is based on the content areas of the South Carolina state standards. Its leadership curriculum will align with the profile of the South Carolina graduate and will be implemented through students' community service. The foundational belief of the school is that relationships with students must be developed before maximum learning can happen. Like YLA, Summit will begin the first week of school with in-person experiences to connect, share expectations, and have fun in the new school community. The first cycle of ADDIE is the development of Summit school culture to create an environment where students feel respected and will take risks in their learning. Data collected at YLA, Summit's model school, is evidence that this ideology works. The board, staff, and stakeholders will monitor the progress of Summit students through data presented via measures of academic progress, or MAP, assessments, student grades, surveys, attendance records, and SC-Ready assessment results. Using MAP testing and the linking study aligned to SC-Ready, student performance data will be collected and used to drive instruction. Summit Academy aims to provide students with academic excellence that will lead to test scores equal to or higher than state averages on SC-Ready. Edmentum will be used as a digital foundation curriculum with the expectation that all content teachers monitor and adjust to fit students' needs and specific state standard requirements. Ascribing to the ADDIE model, Summit will regularly analyze data and teachers will identify strengths and weaknesses for individual students and will adjust instruction accordingly. This data-driven approach will ensure that students receive the necessary support to succeed academically. Academic goals are student-focused, objectives are specific and measurable, and strategies are research-based. Students in 7th and 8th grade can earn high school credit through several high school classes with approved course numbers from the South Carolina Department of Education in PowerSchool, indicating that the GPA or grade point average will become part of the student's transcripts. Summit commits to providing professional development, or PD, for educators that focuses on data analysis and curriculum design to help teachers create effective, research-based lesson plans that align with the target needs of their students. Summit believes that when materials and activities are relevant and meaningful, student motivation, engagement, and achievement increase. The school's partnership with Arizona State University Prep Digital, or ASUPD, will provide teachers with extensive support in creating meaningful, intentional digital lessons. This support will be provided for 2 to 3 years until all school staff is sufficiently trained. An inclusive service delivery model will be implemented to address the needs of students with disabilities. Summit's digital hybrid learning environment, innovative scheduling, and community of learners create an ideal environment for inclusive classes to be most effective for children. The school will comply with the Individuals with Disabilities Act, Section 504 of the Rehabilitation Act, and the Americans with Disabilities Act. Support will be offered in accordance with each student's individualized education program or Section 504 plan. The school will focus on high expectations for student growth, emotionally, socially, and academically. It commits to exceeding the required 25% live synchronous lessons supported by video lessons with one-on-one educator support, providing students with individualized learning. Students will participate in relationship-building in-person activities and learning experiences during the first days of school, and at least once a month. The school differs from other local virtual schools because of the intensive relationship-building effort between the staff and peers before content instruction begins. All educators will complete digital instructor training through ASUPD to learn how to modify and adjust lessons in Edmentum for students to engage in PD from the National Institute for Excellence in Teaching, NIET. 2 SMART goals are provided. One goal measures student SC-ready performance, and the other monitors success with the school's emphasis on leadership and the profile of the South Carolina graduate. Student data will be used to plan for skill recovery and to tailor lessons that close the gap between skills and state standard mastery levels. The applicant articulates a clear understanding of its role in governing the charter school in a manner that enables the school to achieve its mission as prescribed and permitted by its charter. Vast numbers of enrollment applications were submitted to the 2 sister schools, neither of which has the facility space for expansion. This led to the formation of the Planning Committee and its decision to offer students the successful YLA and Tall Pines model as a hybrid model. The Planning Committee comprises 6 members with experience in education, finance, business development, and operations. The board's initial goal is to hire a principal with experience who reflects the culture of Summit, a person willing to make decisions based on what is best for the students in the school that they will serve. The principal will develop the culture and expectations for future students and staff. The proposed 5- and 10-year budgets reflect the school's mission through adequate and appropriate instructional funding. The expenditures in the budget for staff salaries are based on the average teacher pay scale for Pickens and Aikens County. Also included in the budget is equipment that staff will need to provide digital instruction and monitor student learning. Negotiated costs for services, including ASUPD costs for consultation, administrative training, curriculum, and teacher training, and costs outlined in an MOA with Clemson University's Youth Learning Institute, or YLI, include website management, IT, human resources, services, finance, payroll services, additional auditing, PD sessions, use of Clemson facilities for in-person learning experiences, marketing, grant writing, fund development, risk management, and legal services are all services specific to the goal of Summit Academy, to provide families with a choice in educational platforms to increase student learning, thus closing achievement gaps. An amended budget was submitted as an application addendum. A finance staff review of the revised budget projects steady enrollment increases and the required fund balance reserves through June 30th, 2028. In summary, considering the totality of the information provided in the application, the capacity interview, and charter law, staff recommends approval of Summit Academy's replication application subject to the statutory requirements to negotiate an acceptable contract, pre-opening conditions, and any applicable addenda. Thank you. I invite the committee of Summit Academy.
Thank you, Chairman Payne, members of the board, and our wonderful support team that served us through the Charter School District for this opportunity to present Summit Academy. I'm Susan Finley, and I've had the pleasure to serve as the planning chair for Summit Academy and its development. I've spent 44 years of my life in education, and I've worked for different levels, and middle school is where my passion is. So I'm happy to be able to bring this opportunity to students in middle school. The members of the board or planning committee are going to introduce themselves, and then we'll dive into our why, our track record, partnerships that we have, and hopefully our future.
Sandy Blankenship. I'm the Director of School-Based Programs for Youth Leadership Academy as well as Tall Pines STEM Academy in Aiken.
Hi, I am Lori Mastromonaco. I am the principal at Tall Pines STEM Academy.
My name is Betsy Anthony. I'm the current board chair of Youth Leadership Academy and COO for a recruiting and staffing company in Greenville.
I'm Jason Eichelberger. I am the Chief Operating Officer for the Youth Learning Institute at Clemson University.
Good afternoon. It's an honor for us to present here this afternoon. My name is Matthew Kudeluk. I'm a retired Marine Lieutenant Colonel, and I'm also now an operations manager at a $64 million business unit, manufacturing business unit in Liberty, South Carolina, and member of the Wildlife Board.
So we're going to jump straight into our why Summit Academy. I think that our track record with the South Carolina Public Charter School District speaks of itself. We've had 11 great years as a middle school, and then 7 at Tall Pines STEM Academy. Our why is what's on the screen right here is the kids, is students first. And that's why, you heard Kristen refer to, we do a week of fun at the beginning of the year. And I know that sounds odd, non-educational, but it's amazing when students know that you care, they care. They start caring about learning. And so our track record of test scores, whereas they're great, our culture is where our heart is. And we actually today we left for a house games day, and we had 8 alumni who came back to work house games just because they wanted to come back and see us. And I think that speaks highly of our current staff, our reputation, and I feel like if they know that you love them and you put the time into them, the test scores come. And I think that's been proven at both of our brick and mortar schools. Our wait list at both of our schools at Youth Leadership Academy is higher than our enrollment. So we're at 288 kids. We're at max enrollment at Youth Leadership Academy, and our wait list has more than 300 children on it. We do not have the space facility-wise to expand. So the planning committee got together and said, how can we offer what we're offering to people in a virtual way? And that's where we kind of came upon this hybrid model. We still want to offer in-person experiences. We still want to teach life skills. We still want the culture to be there and them to know that we love them and know that we support them while they're at our school and after they leave our school. But Matthew's going to come and kind of share as a community member and a parent the why as well.
So one thing we did, we wanted to make sure that indeed there was a need for this digital hybrid learning environment in the upstate and specifically in the Aiken and Pickens areas. And we did that through a word of mouth survey, but also a handwritten survey. I also notified all key members of in the legislature and local community areas. And what we received was an overwhelmingly positive response through those surveys saying that indeed this was a much needed educational solution for middle school students in 6th, 7th, and 8th grade. Specifically, we received feedback from a lot of parents whose students are currently in a charter school or they would desire to get into charter schools such as YLA, but they cannot due to the wait list. This would be an alternate solution for them as opposed to send to a typical brick and mortar public school. Overwhelmingly positive response there. In addition to that, as we know, the state of South Carolina is a very military centric state, and there's a lot of transient communities that go in and out of military bases, either Parris Island, Marine Corps Air Station Buford, Fort Jackson, Charleston Air Force Base, where the families come in, the students may come in mid-year where they don't have the typical opportunity to attend a school. They'll be able to seamlessly transition to a digital hybrid school where with the student first mentality, the teachers could focus on those students that are getting pulled from the outside into the state of South Carolina. And lastly, there was an overwhelming response from the business community as well, which similar to the military, as the businesses in the upstate particularly continue to grow, the same dynamic occurs where families come in to work from the outside to get employment at those manufacturing facilities such as BMW and Spartanburg, and they bring their families along mid-year where this might be a much more seamless solution to integrate into a learning environment as opposed to starting in an unknown environment with people, students, and teachers that you do not know. So in summary, the response was very overwhelmingly positive. And when we took that news saying, okay, this is indeed a demand, we validated that, what can we do? What solution can we come up with that will provide the greatest opportunities for students to receive a digital hybrid education centered on the leadership model that we've proven at Youth Leadership Academy over the last 10 years?
Our why goes back to 11 years ago, and that middle school slump that normally happens. We created Youth Leadership Academy to create a memorable, good experience for students in that pivotal moment in their life. 6th through 8th grade, it is a hard time in everyone's life. And we try to make that enjoyable and memorable and help them learn the skills that they'll need to become a successful adult on top of the content standards that we teach them. So leadership, I know you've all heard that every student deserves a champion, the TED Talk, and we get behind that 100%, and we are their champions. And I can say with confidence that we hire people who want to be champions for kids. We say all the time, our school does not exist to employ adults, it exists to educate children. And we stand behind that and think that that's something that we can bring to the virtual world. We like to give parents choices. You talk about school choice, and virtual is something that we don't have in our area. Hybrid especially, we have a lot of parents who say we would love the flexibility of this, but we worry about the social skills. We worry about them not being around other students. We feel like this is a perfect combination of the two. And the beginning of the school year will work exactly the same way as Youth Leadership Academy as well as Tall Pines STEM Academy. We have those two campuses. We're very fortunate to be on beautiful land of Clemson University's Youth Learning Institute. And we try to use our resources to the fullest for the kids and putting them first.
Okay, so our track record, we are student-driven. A lot of schools say that they're data-driven. We use the data just to support the students. So this is 2022 map, and it just kind of compares the Tall Pine YLA output to others, our districts, the State Department, Public School District, Aiken, and virtual. Now, there is a caveat with virtual. A lot of the virtual programs bleed into their districts, so it's hard to be able to disaggregate that information, but this is the big 4 virtual schools. And then we have the same thing in reading. So that's part of our track record, but that's the data part. The real part of our track record is students' perspectives. Is there volume?
Really just come up into this leadership position. And to do that, a big part of that is through in-person and through getting to work with other students, through team building with teachers and students. And so having an in-person option for students to come in and get that engagement piece would be really great.
The school has helped me build my leadership skills, build how I act overall as a human, help the community. It's just helped me become a better person. The YLA tradition has helped me as a student a lot because I came from quite a different place, and with the schools I've been to in the past, the teachers haven't bonded with me on the same level that the YLA teachers have. They haven't helped me progress as a human on the same level that the YLA teachers have. Here, I've become such a much better person. I've learned to control my actions, of what I say, be more careful of other people's feelings, and the community, it just helped the community more. YLA tradition has helped me a lot.
We also want to hear from a parent's perspective about leadership.
Yes, so I just wanted to talk briefly on the focus of leadership at YLA, Tall Pines, and then Summit. As Susan mentioned, I do have a 6th grader at YLA. And our current administration, Sandy and her team, have done a phenomenal job of building this leadership program and instilling these skills and life skills into our kids. And it's helped them figure out how to lead themselves, which is a hard thing in middle school, but also build stronger relationships. Areas of focus are team building and collaboration, becoming more independent and responsible as a youth, self and shared accountability, and building healthy relationships with each other as well as their teachers and their peers. We have many programs in place that support these initiatives, as Sandy mentioned, but one of my favorite is the house system. I have a 6th grader right now who is at YLA participating in the house games, and we have lots of blue going on at our house right now. So blue pom-poms, blue headbands. He is ready to participate in the games and show up for his teammates. I can't think of a better way to display all of their leadership skills than to come together in healthy competition, all while having fun. And I think fun is very important as you build a culture of leadership. We agree as a committee that leadership is very important and is a priority for creating and starting Summit Academy, but we know it's going to look different in a digital and virtual world. So committing to what we do well and implementing that in Summit, but also coming up with creative and new innovative ideas to make this happen in a virtual or hybrid school.
So we won't spend a long time on this, but you hear a lot of negative about the COVID time when we couldn't be in school. And yes, there was a lot of craziness and us not feeling like we knew what we were doing, but I feel like that was one of our biggest growth times as a staff, as a school, is learning how to still reach the children when they weren't in our building. And we had to be intentional. We had to get super creative. We had to keep reminding ourselves that relationships and fun matter, even when they're not there with you. And where there is a will, there is a way. So I think that we can take a lot that we learned during COVID and transfer that into this new model that we are looking at doing. One specific thing that I remember, I had a 6th grader at our school during COVID when the shutdown happened. And probably her most memorable experience from being at Youth Leadership Academy happened during COVID. It was a science experiment on potential versus kinetic energy. And she can tell you exactly what those two things are, is because she experienced it. And we plan to have all kinds of things like that for these kids with Summit. We don't want them just to be behind a computer screen. It's a different kind of virtual. And I think we have an example. The video is just an example of one of those projects that a child submitted.
See ya!
Hey y'all, back today with math with Big Daddy Carter. So right now the first step you do is you do 6, and you write down your problem, which is 6 parentheses W minus -1 parentheses equals 3 parentheses 3W plus 5 parentheses.
Okay, so we just wanted to show you a couple of examples about how students are so creative. You give them an assignment, and when they were at home, they did all kinds of crazy creative things that if we had had them in a classroom with materials, that we wouldn't have gotten nearly the thinking and problem solving that they showed us when they were at home virtual. So the next thing is our partnerships. And if you look at this, it kind of explains everything. We are a part of South Carolina Public Charter School District. We know that they support us. They keep us in compliance. When we first thought about this as a way to help serve other students who were looking for choices in their education, we reached out and we said, "Are we crazy?" And they said, "We think you can." And so it helped guide us along the way, and then that led us to NWEA and NIET, who are both foundations that have a heart for kids and making academic gains with them. And then through that, we found Arizona State Digital Prep. Arizona Digital Prep, the first conversation we had with them, we made them understand that we don't want to be them, we want to be us with their guidance. So they have created a training model for us if we get approved that will help us be us, a better us, with the information that they already have. And then we have Youth Leadership Institute that provides locations and different support for us. But the big pieces are Youth Leadership Academy and Tall Pines and the support that they bring to a new school. Through professional development and just their wisdom and knowledge of how to do this and how to make sure that kids feel respected and loved and honored. So if you look at this just kind of explains the partnership a little bit more. We have professional development that's going to be given by everybody in our partnership. We have locations. We have insurances to help us make sure that we are federally and state compliant, which is huge. So that's kind of the partnerships.
So looking to the future, our plans are, again, intentional hiring people that students first is their goal, relationships and recruiting, the same that we do at Youth Leadership Academy and Tall Pines. We've had a lottery at both of those schools every year since the beginning. Culture, number one thing, and that will be communicated to the students, parents, and staff, and then, of course, the academics and the support services. What we know we do well is starting small. At Youth Leadership Academy, we started with 48 students in 2012, and now we're at 288 with a wait list larger than our enrollment. At Tall Pines STEM Academy, we started with 96 students, and now have almost 400 with a wait list almost as large as enrollment. We know that we are solid in our performance and building leadership, building in-person experiences, having a community-minded service, and our house system that Betsy was referring to a minute ago is a great way to build culture among middle school students. So in our future, we plan to take all the things we know we do well and just replicate that in a digital world and give parents another choice.
You know, in closing, all of us here in this room have a commonality that we genuinely care for the hearts and minds of each and every student in the state of South Carolina, each and every child. You know, the vision of the South Carolina Public Charter School District is to provide each child that is academically equipped to reach their lifelong potential. And we believe at the Youth Leadership Academy that Summit Academy is a means to touch more students. And as this picture shows on this last slide, to get out of the base camp and start their journey in life up the mountain and equip them as much as possible with the skills and abilities and the foundation to achieve not only in middle school, but in high school and in life. Because with education available for all, we believe that each student at some point in their life can reach that pinnacle and achieve the seemingly unachievable at their young age. Thank you very much.
Are you finished? Okay, thank you. All right. In order to proceed, we need a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a motion that we move with the staff recommendation to approve the charter school replication application received from Summit Academy Learning in a Digital World.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, I second that.
All right, we have a motion and a second. We'll open it up for board discussion and questions. We'll start on this side with Mr. Butcher.
Thank you. Can you just quickly describe the school day a little bit for me of how much time students spend online and then with in-person instruction? I assume that's what you're talking about with hybrid, correct?
Right.
Yep,
right.
okay.
Okay. Well, the hybrid part would be the face-to-face experiences that the students would have. So that would be at the beginning more often and then once a month as you go through the school year. So during the regular school days that aren't the face-to-face, students would have one subject a day, each day. And so there would be, like if we start with sixth grade, they would be assigned to one virtual class depending on whether GT, what their needs are. They would spend time with that teacher in a virtual climate for about 40, 45 minutes. At the end of the day, there's office hours. So they would have that time, and it kind of, let's say that is Monday, and Monday is math day. So at the end of the day, they can have office hours with the rest of their teachers, social studies, science, and it kind of goes around like that. So during the week, they're exposed to every subject area, plus they get the added support through their teachers or the resource teachers that they need.
Very good. Thank you. And then can you, for the new location, right, for the new, can you describe the physical building or location or where that's going to be housed out of?
Where the face-to-face would happen?
Mm-hmm, yeah.
The face-to-face is, you want to go take that?
Okay, so we have two campuses that can happen. Both of our current brick and mortar schools have kind of went to the modified year-round calendar, which leaves us with gaps of time that those campuses are open with no students on it. So the thought is to schedule the in-person events when those campuses are available with no students on them. And again, the hybrid portion is more field trip based in-person life skills to reinforce state content, not to teach it. Does that make sense?
I think so.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, Dr. Pope.
I have concerns about data-driven versus social-emotional learning and how you measure those two things. In your environment, how would you ensure that they are being exposed to people who can help them through the social-emotional aspect of learning?
one of the pieces of the recommendations for each teacher is charged with doing a one-on-one connection with each student that they serve at least once a week. So you've got a lot of people that are invested into one student. So if a student has SPED services, then you would have that SPED teacher that would be contacting the families and the students. You would also have each one of the content teachers. One of the things that we got from Arizona State University is that you can't just let them hide behind a screen, that you have to bring them out. And so what our goal is by developing those relationships before they're actually ever behind a screen with a teacher, developing those relationships will help us make that transition better. And then with the communication with the parents and with the student, that will just continue. But they'll have to, that's one of the things teachers will be charged with, is to make sure that they have it.
And that's
every
the
student will
teacher
have a
relationship.
success coach. Excuse me?
That's the teacher relationship. What about them relating to other students, their peers?
Same thing with the face-to-face times, to be able to get that. One of the things that I feel like we've gotten pretty good at is developing those inter-peer relationships by doing really fun things. I'll give you an example. One time when we had to do a virtual lesson, we had all students come together to do house games virtually. So even though they weren't in a physical location, we had different games going during different times, and kids were interacting, whether it was with a Pictionary game or if it was a sidewalk chalk competition. So that's one of the huge things. If you're going to develop relationships with students, they have to be able to develop relationships with each other too.
Mm-hmm. And my last question concerns the demographics. I'm familiar with Tall Pines because I live in Aiken, but how would you improve the demographics to make sure they match the population of the community you serve? I know that there's a problem with recruiting a diverse staff, and I don't think the demographics of the student population matches that of Aiken. And I'm pretty sure that your school, the charter school, the school that you're imposing or implementing would be the same or have the same problems.
So at Youth Leadership Academy, we do meet at Tall Pines STEM Academy. That has been a struggle. I don't know if you remember this or not, but I reached out to you and we had a meeting with Liz Morris about that. So what we have been doing is taking your advice and recruiting in areas of diversity and trying to get more kids in the lottery. The problem, as you well know, with a lottery is once we get them in the lottery, it's not 100% that they will get chosen. We are hoping, though, that with adding a third school, because there's diversity on our wait list that just didn't make it through the lottery, we're hoping that by offering a virtual school, that will actually help us increase our diversity, especially in the Aiken area.
Thank you.
Mr. Page.
First of all, thank you all for your presentation. It was really interesting to hear and to see how you're merging all of these things together and making them work for children. The one question I did have is for, let's say I'm a parent with a student, what is provided by the school? Like, do they get a laptop? Do they get a hotspot? Is there remuneration for high-speed internet if they don't have it in the home? Kind of what should a parent expect if they enroll?
So what we have talked about is actually kind of offering a package that they can purchase with specs, because if we give them, like at our brick and mortar schools, we offer a Chromebook. There is a fee. Right. But with that, we service those Chromebooks. Sure. That makes it a little bit tricky when you're in a virtual school and they're spread out all over Aiken to Pickens. So we would rather the technology be theirs, but of course, just like in our brick and mortar schools, we have scholarship programs, et cetera, to help those. We offer internet for those who can't afford it, et cetera.
Okay, great. Thank you so much.
Sure.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank you all as well for your presentation today, and I too had the very same question, Mr. Page, about access. Let me ask that question a little bit differently. Obviously, virtual school requires there to be broadband, is that right? I mean, so, you know, I know in some parts of South Carolina we struggle with that. Do you guys feel pretty confident that in your areas where you're suggesting to do this, that you shouldn't have any problems with that, with kids dropping off and all that kind of stuff? I have a son that's in public school, and he drops off the stuff all the time. So
I actually live in the very tip-top corner of South Carolina, right at the North Carolina border, where you don't get cell phone service, et cetera. So in Pickens County, I know that we just got Upcountry Fiber. They ran fiber. We have real internet now at my house, and you're not more rural than me in upstate South Carolina in our two areas. So I am confident that they have access. And it's actually cheaper than our old internet too, so.
Great.
Yes.
And I think as a safety net to that too, and I haven't said this before, but lessons will be recorded. And so there's that possibility too. Like if for location, travel, sickness, illness, whatever, a student can't actually come to a virtual lesson, that lesson will be recorded and uploaded. So that may give them an opportunity to be able to view it later at a time where internet's more stable, or they can go back and look at it.
just one other follow-up question, Mr. Chairman. Regarding teacher recruitment, we obviously know that that's a huge issue all across the country and certainly here in South Carolina. What's your thoughts about that as you think about building out a new school and more specifically your current infrastructure?
Well, I'm going to give you my input, and then we'll let the director tell you hers. You know, the one thing about teachers, if they feel valued and respected and feel like that you're going to give them the autonomy to do what they know they need to do, what they've been trained to do, what they're passionate about, they come. We have a lot of teachers at the 2 brick and mortar schools that want to come. So I'm hoping that with that autonomy and when you let teachers do what they know they need to do for the students, that it'll be the same way. But
I second that. But we actually do have a wait list of teachers who would prefer to come and teach for us. So is actually, my concern is we don't have enough spots in year 1 because we're only starting with 200 students. So we don't have enough spots to offer the teachers that want to come. Sure. So I agree with what Susan said. That autonomy from traditional school districts is missing. And when you let them teach, which is what they went to school to do, they tend to want to work for you.
Thank you very much.
Yes, Dr. Strickland.
Thank you. Thank you again to the committee and the hard work that you have done. You put in a lot of effort, and you can tell that. My comment and question is this. We know during the COVID, as we mentioned several times, we have learned that unfortunately some students don't learn, but others prospered. It was amazing to find those students that the personalized, the online fit them while direct did not. So I think the blended model simply lends itself, and I thank you for, that was my question. One of my questions that you answered is that you make the student, and make sure I heard that right, they're one-on-one at least one time a week. And I think that's positive because sometimes we miss that. My final question is a follow-up then to that, is that I think sometime, and our virtual, I ask this, is what is the method when students are not doing well in that type of environment? Because if they stay in there the whole year and they don't learn, they don't advance, they're wasting a year of their life. So what is the method that you use, or will use, and again, because replication, you've already faced this. Some students, it sounds good, it looks, and it works for the majority, but how about the students that suffer and don't do online as well? How do you correct that or move them to a different environment or whatever?
I'm going to lean on the experience of what we have here. We've got some students that can sit in a classroom and vegetate and not make progress, and you just can't let that happen. You have to go to the kids and figure out what's going. I don't believe that we were put on this earth to sit and fail. I think we fail because we're not sure of how not to. And so that's just part of the staff, the administration, all the way down to make sure that that doesn't happen, just like it is in the brick and mortar schools. We have processes, we have, MTSS, we have referral services, we'll have a guidance counselor that we can reach out to. We have all that. Also, another part of this that we haven't really talked about is the parent support. And that's another part. Like, we need parents as our partner. They're not just, somebody that knows this kid better than we do, but they are actually our partner. So I think when you put those pieces together with the intentionality that anybody can sit and hide, but you got to look at why they're hiding and how not to make them do that.
Thank you. A wonderful answer, and I think the parent, and with your small numbers,
right,
parental support certainly is the key there. But thank you. Thank you for what the presentation.
Thank you, Dr. Strickland. And I agree with Dr. Strickland. Education begins in the home, and your parents are your first teachers, so that's crucial. Before, I've got just a couple of questions, but I wanted to follow up that funny little bike ride you had in your video. I purposely did something similar to my child, my daughter, when she was, I don't know, 5th or 6th grade. She was trying to learn, it was a science class, she was learning about mass and motion and resistance. And she was having a little difficulty doing it, so we were riding down the road, I don't know, doing 45, 50 miles an hour, and I made sure she was buckled up, and I just slammed on the brakes. She went flying a little bit. The car stopped, and so she learned very quickly that an object in motion continues until it hits resistance. So she's never forgotten it. So that was a good exercise.
Beware of airbags.
Yeah. Well, she was buckled up, but she got the message. Since your school, and this is kind of going to follow up with Dr. Pope and her question earlier, but it's from a board perspective. Since your school would serve two diverse communities with different life experiences, how would your board reflect the makeup of those two different populations?
Our plan is, if once we are approved, to recruit people from both areas of all walks of life, because I think YLA right now is a very good representation of Pickens County, and Tall Pines STEM Academy Board is very good representation of Aiken County. So our plan is, once we get approval, would be to mesh those two communities together to make one board.
Okay. Diversity is a very positive thing.
Yes, it is.
Now, I understand this hybrid is different. You probably don't have a lot of the same cost associated with running a traditional brick and mortar school, but you've got other costs that are associated with that. What's the break-even point for your student enrollment? The first year's 200. That doesn't seem like a lot, but how many do you have to make this venture happen?
So we think we need about 190 students to break even. That makes some assumptions that we would have the same administrative staff. I think year 0, we have 4 staff, and also it assumes a 1 to 25 student to teacher ratio. So we could move that ratio up. I think I calculated that we had something like one teacher would be funded by 21 students. So we can kind of work the ratios around to change the number that we would need. So we would just be flexible. But at the proposed rate, it would be around 190.
So I don't think you would have any trouble, but basically, you're within 95%, you're within 5% of having to hit your mark. You don't have much room for error there.
No, that's correct.
Okay, all right. I don't have any more questions. Are there any other questions that you may have thought of between?
I'm still concerned about the diversity issue because I know that when I was executive director of Second Baptist Christian Prep, the founder of that school was the one who originally tried to start Tall Pines. And then when the school was started, the community separated and there were not any students who were at Second Baptist going to Tall Pines. And that doesn't seem to have changed. It seems to be that the selection process for students somehow leaves students of color out of the mix.
We actually had an interest meeting at Second Baptist. Do you want to come and speak to that of Tall Pines? Just
Okay.
after I had the meeting with you, we have worked very diligently this last year in including Second Baptist in everything, and Lori can speak to that.
Right, exactly. And I think Sandy just explained it. So I've been principal at Tall Pines for a year. This is my first year. And of course, diversity is something we're working on and improving. I know that that's a concern. It's a concern for everyone in our community. It's a concern for me. And so we are diligently reaching out to people in our community that can help. And we have partnered with Second Baptist. They helped us host an interest night. So we're hoping to continue that partnership with them and moving forward as well. It's been a very positive experience for us.
Sure, if I may, just to add on to that, ask another question on top of that. What is your current makeup of diversity in Tall Pines right now?
In Tall Pines, yes. So, I'm sorry, we are currently at 384 students, and about 70% of the students are white, and then 30% are minority students, and that breakdown is African American, Hispanic, and Asian.
Do you have a breakdown of what that breakdown is?
I don't have that data
Okay.
right in front of me, I'm sorry.
If someone could send that to us as
Okay,
a board, just to
sure.
have, that would be great.
Yeah.
Okay?
You good? All right, we've got a motion and a second. I'll call the vote if we take it individually, please.
Mr. Butcher?
Yes.
Mr. Butcher votes yes. Mr. Gilchrist?
Yes.
Mr. Gilchrist votes yes. Mr. Miller, not voting. Mrs. Mosteller, not voting.
Hold on. Just for the record, she had to go to a family event a moment ago. She actually left me with a proxy vote, but our council explains to me that we are not allowed to take proxy votes. So her vote will not be counted, but I will tell you that she did vote yes. If it would have counted, you would have gotten a yes.
Okay. Mr. Page votes yes. Mr. Payne?
Yes.
Mr. Payne votes yes. Dr. Pope?
Yes.
Dr. Pope votes yes. Dr. Strickland?
Yes.
Dr. Strickland votes yes. Mr. Chairman, the motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. Congratulations, your school.
Time for the picture.
That was Teresa riding that bicycle. That's what happened to her. She fell and she hit her head.
I'm not gonna say it.
I probably don't want to know.
Well,
Dude, what are you saying about me?
I said, that was you riding that bicycle.
That was me?
Yeah, and you ran and hit your head. That's your excuse. Just a quick timeout.
That's fine. I'll let him do that. Can I steal your other map? Okay.
That's yours. Yeah, I'll get one more.
Actually, I haven't touched that, so you can have that.
No, I'm gonna give you some more.
Oh,
but you
okay.
might need-
So what?
Jonathan had to
I've been
leave.
drinking a lot.
We've lost 2 board members today because of funerals. I don't suspect we'll have any more funerals today, but Mr. Butcher had to leave for a funeral now, and so did Ms. Mosteller. So, but we still have a quorum. Okay, Ms. Farmer, Virtual Preparatory Academy of South Carolina.
Yes, thank you. The next summary report for the board consideration is for Virtual Preparatory Academy of South Carolina, or VPA. District staff provides a neutral report for VPA and asks the board to consider the application, the comprehensive report provided last Thursday, the applicant's presentation following this summary, and responses to any questions you may ask VPA's Charter Committee. While the application met the statutory requirements, with some concerns noted, district staff assessment was inconclusive concerning the Charter Committee's capacity to open, oversee, and manage all aspects of the school. More specific information is included in the full VPA report provided. As a courtesy, we shared with the VPA chair and EMO representative in a conference call last week that today's report would be neutral. The mission of VPA is to reach all students with an individualized college and career focused education in an interactive learning environment rooted in rigor and innovation and peer interaction. VPA wishes to open a K-12 career and technical education, or CTE, focused virtual school serving students statewide and partnering with Excel Online East, or Excel, as its educational service provider, ESP. The applicant expects to enroll 400 students in grades K through 10 in its first year. Beginning in the 25-26 school year, the school plans to enroll 11th grade students and add 12th grade students in the 26-27 school year. By year 10, the school expects to enroll approximately 1,650 students. In October 2022, 324 responses were collected during a 30-day campaign gauging interest in the proposed virtual school. Respondents could indicate interest in a traditional instructional model or a model focused on college and career readiness education. Nearly 1/3 of the respondents showed an interest in college and career readiness model. The application did not include data disaggregated demographically or by grade level, and it was confirmed during the capacity interview that the survey data collected indicated respondents' interest in school model only. VPA intends to develop a diverse marketing plan that reflects the school's mission, vision, and offerings, including an open house or other public forum engagements. Various marketing strategies are described that may be employed to reach a statewide audience, highlighting the benefits of VPA. Professionals in various geographic regions of South Carolina with experience in K-12 and higher education, online learning, charter schools, and senior business leadership make up the 7-member charter committee. The committee retained an independent South Carolina charter school attorney to provide advice on state law and requirements for competent governance. The committee had numerous meetings with Excel representatives to review the results of the statewide outreach campaign, the proposed marketing plan, the budget, and details of the academic and operational plans and delivery platform. Page 5 of the application states, for the application development, the founding committee formed teams broken down into 3 key areas of academics, operation and governance, and finance to evaluate the draft application. The feedback from these teams impacted the final version of this application, which was approved in their January 23, 2023 meeting. To help achieve its mission and vision, VPA will use the Excel Management Platform, or AMP, as its unique virtual school ecosystem. Virtual programming will offer computer-assisted learning in synchronous and asynchronous environments, and the school maintains it will exceed the 25% real-time live instruction as required. The applicant maintains that using multiple vendors allows for a holistic approach to instruction and includes a backward design principles and personalized curriculum choices for students. Courses offered align with state standards and provide college and career-ready curricula. VPA also plans to develop a data-informed instructional plan. Teachers and school leaders will meet bi-weekly to ensure students are on track to meet or exceed academic performance standards and expectations. Data will be reviewed through multiple lenses, including proficiency and growth data, individual student level data, grade level or grade band data, subject area trends, data by teacher, and data disaggregated by student subgroup. The school will implement positive behavioral interventions and supports for classroom management to reduce or eliminate poor behavior by encouraging positive behaviors. As a part of the multi-tiered system of supports, or MTSS, VPA will use a response to intervention, RTI strategies, to identify students early, employ tiers of research-based interventions, and critical progress monitoring in supporting all learners. An MTSS team will convene to analyze student data, including assessments and engagement data, and home and family background information, to develop an action plan of intensive interventions and support. VPA's Student Services Team, or SST, will be instrumental in supporting students at risk of dropping out. The SST uses a strength-based perspective to increase the capacity of students and families, helping them work through non-academic issues and to remove barriers to student success. According to the application, VPA's systems and structures to support students at risk of dropping out are based on evidence-based strategies. Full-year courses are designed to contain approximately 180 hours of coursework, or the equivalent of 1 Carnegie unit. The school commits to complying with all graduation requirements based on the South Carolina Uniform Grading Policy. The applicant states that the school counselors will work with students to create a graduation plan, and recovery courses allow students to stay on track for graduation if they fall behind. During the capacity interview, staff asked for clarification regarding credit recovery courses and seat time. Several Excel representatives explained that if a student has already taken a class and was unsuccessful, they can test out of the course through modules, earning full credit and counting seat time from when the course was initially taken. The school plans to build partnerships with local industries, post-secondary institutions, and community and student organizations to foster college and career readiness. VPA will build a CTE program in collaboration with the Excel network. The specific CTE programs of study established will be informed by input from the industry needs of the community and state, as well as students' career interests and location as the program grows. The head of school and principal will oversee professional development, PD, in the first year of operation. Other school leaders and teacher leaders will also conduct PD sessions in subsequent years. All staff will receive PD related to student engagement, boosting achievement, social emotional learning, working with subgroups, and other topics encountered in the online environment using both in-person and online modalities. The school's chosen learning management system, or LMS, is Canvas. It has a curriculum that complies with accessibility laws. VPA will provide a continuum of special education services and a range of placements to ensure it provides a free, appropriate public education. For students qualifying for SC Alt, an adapted alternative curriculum will be provided. Related services will be delivered via teletherapy, including occupational therapy, physical therapy, and speech and language counseling. Students will have access to assistive technology, AT. Any device that helps students with disabilities have equal access to the curriculum. 5 goals are identified to include academic achievement, student progress, school climate, graduation rate, and college and career readiness. Baseline targets for all goals were established after reviewing the State of South Carolina School Report Card for the 2021-22 school year. In addition to the end-of-the-year summative state assessments, the school describes a variety of assessments that may be used to evaluate pupil performance. Committee members have vast backgrounds in education, business, finance, and legal expertise. In addition to the charter committee members, the application provides brief biographies of 6 additional planning group members who are Excel employees, including the Vice President of Virtual Operations, Director of Online Learning Curriculum, Director of Special Education for Virtual Schools, Director of Virtual School Finance, and the Director of Virtual School Marketing. The application maintains that the Charter Committee is responsible for all matters related to VPA and will hold all responsible parties accountable for its student academic results, including the administration, the teachers, the parents and guardians, and Excel as its ESP. It will also provide oversight of the school's operations, leadership, and policies. Specifically, the board's duties will include ensuring legal compliance, evaluating the school leader, setting goals for measurable academic success, allocating resources appropriately, approving an annual budget, and approving school policies and procedures. District staff could not ascertain the founding committee's capacity to fulfill these duties during the capacity interview and performance task. During the question and answer portion of the capacity interview, staff posed questions to clarify areas of the application that were unclear or required elaboration. The 2 committee members who attended could not answer most of the questions, relying on Excel representatives to respond or clarify their responses. As a result, VPA did not demonstrate its capacity or viability to open and successfully govern the charter school. However, it may do so at the application hearing today. The head of school and all school-based staff will be employees of Excel. Confirmation that the VPA governing board will not employ the head of school was provided during the capacity interview. The application maintains that the governing board will have oversight of the head of school, and Excel will ensure open communication to support it. The board will seek guidance from its independent counsel and hold Excel accountable for its responsibilities as outlined in the contract. The EMO contract contains terms favorable to the ESP. Still, it gives the school board ultimate control over the hiring and termination of the head of school in Section 6.2 of the Charter Management Agreement, and the right to terminate the agreement without cause in Section 7.2 of the Charter Management Agreement. The board treasurer will manage financial affairs with the support of the Excel school finance team. Excel will track the school's financials, and the accounting system will be organized and operated on a fund basis under the modified accrual accounting method. Balancing the budget requires extensive Excel fee credits each year in the budget. Reviewers found the funding stream needs to be clarified since Excel employs all staff, but line items like PD are separate from Excel costs in the budget. The budget has high costs 2% of net school revenue for school bus support services, yet the narrative says the school will not provide transportation. Reviewers found line item fees within the budget directly paid to Excel to be excessive. While the authorizer fee of 2% is disclosed as a negotiated service, the fee to Excel is not. Neither a narrative of cash flow challenges, shortfalls, nor a contingency plan could be located within the application. Finance reviewers noted that the fund balance calculation is slightly above the 8.33% and that VPA requires additional funds to maintain adequate reserves. In summary, while the application meets the technical and statutory requirements for the written components of the application, the Charter Committee was not able to demonstrate that it has the capacity to oversee and manage all aspects of the school through the capacity interviews. This was primarily due to the absence of most of the Charter Committee members. Therefore, we've asked the applicant committee to demonstrate its capacity and commitment to the PCSD board today. Furthermore, budget and financial arrangements with the EMO do not provide assurance that public funds will be maximized for student instruction and needs. So if approved, we ask that it be conditional based on an acceptable agreement between the VPA board and its ESP. Thank you. Invite the VPA committee.
Good afternoon, and thank you for this opportunity for our founding committee to present to you today. My name is Meg Samples. I live in Charleston. I'm the chair of the founding committee for the Virtual Prep Academy of South Carolina. My children used virtual schooling before the pandemic ever was a thing to access advanced courses that weren't available in the rural county we lived in at the time. Since then, my stepchildren have been thrown into the craziness that we all experienced in 2020. I've personally received my MBA through a virtual program, and I'm currently an online PhD student. My background in business, virtual education, and public health has led me to seek out how we can improve the educational offerings and school choices for our South Carolina students. I'd like to introduce our founding committee members. Dr. Tara Williams.
Good afternoon. I'm Dr. Tara Williams. I'm a native of Columbia, South Carolina, and I was fortunate to be educated through the public schools in Columbia, South Carolina. Continued my education in Columbia, South Carolina, at Columbia College and Columbia International University, where I received my educational doctorate, and I'm fortunate now to be giving back to those communities by teaching in Columbia, South Carolina, and I've been teaching for 23 years. What I've found is that all students can learn. That's my philosophy. Every student can learn, no matter what their ethnicity, where they live, what their past may be, what their parents' strengths or weaknesses are. Every child can learn, whether they have health concerns. So our job as educators, I believe, is to give them choices and to support them the best way we know how. And one of those ways now is to support them virtually. And also, we also have the opportunity to support teachers, teacher choice. And some of our teachers, my colleagues that I work along with, they would tell you now that that's one of the options that they would go forth to present their talents virtually. So I'm glad to be here with our committee, and we're excited to present to you this opportunity.
Next, we have Dr. Elizabeth Jordan.
Good afternoon, I'm Dr. Elizabeth Jordan. I live in Greenville, and I have a 5-year-old son who is enrolled at Blythe Academy of Languages, so he is in a Spanish immersion program. One of the reasons that I chose this school is because I wanted my son to be bilingual, and he's already a kindergartner that is on his way to developing that skill. In addition, he's learning cultural literacy, communication, and critical thinking. Professionally speaking, my background is in college student affairs. I've been a career counselor for almost 17 years, and right now I work at USC Upstate, overseeing the internship program. I worked with college students in California at University of Southern California, at a small liberal arts school as well, and at Upstate. I worked with students that come to college with a variety of different levels of career competencies that they've already been developing over the years. Some of those, again, include communication, teamwork, leadership, technology, and because everybody has a different level of cultural and social capital, I really love this, and I love what we are doing because we're giving students the opportunity to help close the equity gap in achieving these skills. Thank you.
Next, we have Cherie Muse, who's also our secretary for the committee.
Hello, I'm Cherie Muse. Currently, I'm employed by AARP South Carolina as their Director of Communications. My background is 20-plus years in communications and marketing with some program development, and that includes 6 years of marketing experience for virtual schools. I used to work for K-12 at the time, now Stride, and I marketed their schools, statewide schools here in South Carolina, 2 here, 1 in North Carolina, and also helped with the launches of several schools across the country. My personal commitment to school choice really starts from my family background. I have a brother who's 18 months older than I am, and he's autistic. My parents are both career educators, and I watched them struggle to find the education that he needed and deserved, to fight for that. And then, so that kind of pushed me into being welcoming of other options because I knew everything didn't work for all students. When I started working in the virtual setting, I don't know if it's a privilege or not, but I embraced a lot of families where there were mothers literally crying in my arms because they were seeking options that would work for their children. And I think, like Tara said, no matter what walk of life you come from, people love their children and want the best for their children. And so I'm glad we're at a point now where virtual schooling has gotten to the place where we're starting to see options within virtual schooling, and we're able to offer something like career readiness in the virtual space. So I'm just excited because I think that families deserve options, and I know for a fact that virtual schooling has the ability to save lives. Some people seek it for academic performance and trying to close those achievement gaps, and other people really need a safe haven. So thank you.
And last, we have Michael McKinnon.
Thank you, Chairman Payne and the board today for the opportunity to meet with you and share our vision of where we're heading. My name is Michael McKinnon. I'm based out of Charleston, South Carolina. I currently work as a senior leader within Blackbaud. If you're not aware, one of the largest organizations focused on social good. As I think about where we're heading and the work we do at Blackbaud, certainly focuses very much on K-12 and thinking about school options. Professionally, I earned my bachelor's degree from San Diego State. I also have my MBA from the other USC, the one on the West Coast. We won't talk about that too much. And personally, for me, I have a 7-year-old and an 11-year-old, 7-year-old son and an 11-year-old daughter. We homeschool both of them today, in large part because of wanting and needing options. Similar to my colleagues, an immersive language program is very important for us, and having different ways to seek out educational options for us is extremely important. And we use virtual options as part of that education that we have today. And I also recognize that we're very fortunate that my wife is willing to stay home and do that with our children. We don't have the ability, a lot of people don't have that ability. So for me, it's providing that option to folks who may not have that and their ability to educate their children in a unique way. So I'm excited about being able to present that to you today and looking forward to our time together.
We do have two members who were unable to attend today and send their apologies. Dr. Tim Reese had a prior work commitment that he was unable to reschedule. Tim brings us another viewpoint into education. He has a background in enrollment management and admissions director, as well as business and military skills. And he is a very active member in his community in Greenwood and has been a great asset to this committee. Ms. Marilyn Dombey is our treasurer. She's currently recuperating from surgery and was not allowed to travel with us today. She has a long history in finance, is a former CPA, amazing. She also has a highly gifted daughter who will be graduating next month at the age of 16. And she currently attends a charter school in James Island. So Marilyn and her family support school choice for all students across the board. So we put in 2 letters of intent with 2 different authorizers. We were so impressed with the public charter school district staff at the training event. We all agreed very quickly that we wanted you to be our school authorizer. Our approach to governance aligns with your approach to authorizing, and above all, we all agree that students should come first. We were really excited about our last bullet point here, that the alternate teacher certification program, that's a big win for us as well. The founding committee has been engaged since the fall in monthly, sometimes bi-monthly meetings with the guidance of our board attorney, Jay Matthews from the Hainsworth Sinclair Boyd law firm. We incorporated. Then we held numerous meetings to review the various aspects of the school's proposed offering, marketing research, budgets, as well as our ESP choice. We worked hard to negotiate our contract with Excel, and we were able to come to an agreement that provides the best interest of VPA, including several continuation clauses, the ability to hire employees, and ensures financial viability. We will have annual evaluations of the ESP's services to include student outcomes. Those meetings ultimately led to the planning, review, and editing of the application that's been reviewed. Along first with Dr. Williams and then the rest of our team, I'd like to explain what makes us so unique. And we're going to take a pretty deep dive here. VPA will offer a focus on career awareness, exploration, and preparation across all grade levels. The curriculum is fully aligned with South Carolina standards. It's integrated, secure, and robust online system that allows for flexibility in both synchronous and asynchronous learning. Our goal is 100% of our teachers will be state certified and live in South Carolina.
So we're so excited about what we're going to offer for students and for teachers. One of the things that I can personalize as far as when we were talking about the COVID situation, and we were put in that situation where we had to try to scramble and try to find our way through that. But what I found was that there's still ability there to make relationships, to create, be creative as an educator. And so here we're setting up our students and our teachers for success. And we're thinking about what their needs are and meeting them where they are so they can progress. All right, so here we are, setting up every student for success. And we begin with our orientation and our onboarding process. And it's really important for us to get to know who our kids are and the families and what their strengths are. Maybe they think they have some barriers that we want to remove on the onset. So they have welcome calls from their teacher. And what's very important to us is that we have a success coach that follows them and tracks them throughout their entire school year, that looks at their social-emotional needs, that looks at what they need academically. They're also just doing a holistic view of what the family's needs are. And so they go through courses, live courses after the calls. They have live help sessions. And then it's important to us that they know that we're going to stay alongside with them the entire time and keep tracking and following up throughout the entire school year. So it's important that parents understand and students understand. When I think about my babies, because I'm an early childhood teacher. And it's important that it's user-friendly. So when we're thinking about, we want to show you an insight into what a day looks like, what students can see when they're logging in. This is one individual sign-on where they have a dashboard, and everything here is accessible. So they can talk to their teacher from this dashboard. They can look at their assignments from this dashboard. They can also make sure that they're on track, so there's a calendar there to look ahead and see where they need to be. And they're just making sure that they're on task as far as what that day might look like and what the week might look like. And so parents won't be overwhelmed when they're logging in, or their caregiver may not be overwhelmed when they're logging in, because there's a strict and easy, actually, access for them right here on the dashboard. What's important to me as an educator, as a part of this team, is that we can have our own autonomy and we can be creative. So right here is the course homepage. They can get there from the dashboard that we just saw earlier. And so teachers can be creative and create their own homepage here. They can access create their modules based on the student needs. And so here students can access what they have to do for the day. They can look at the different types of assessments that are there that help us to create our lessons. But the teacher is also making sure that she's meeting the needs of the individual students that are there in her classroom. This is the live instruction and asynchronous work. This is a schedule, okay? What was important to me when I looked at our numbers and saying, you know, if I have a third grader and we have 45-to-1 with a teacher, that really the live instruction is more geared towards small group instruction. So we're data-driven in that we look at what they need and we meet them where they are in that live instruction. And then they also have the asynchronous work that's based on where they are academically. Throughout the day, they're also having social studies and science and language arts instruction there. You see it from 10:40 to 11:35. So the time there with live instruction and synchronous time, that's a balance. And so that's good for a teacher to know, so she has time with those babies to know exactly what they need and how to move them to the next level. And also that they can apply what they've learned, okay? And I want to go up to the onset where at 8 o'clock in the morning there where you see that. That's important for us because we want to get in those life skills, and we're unique because we're geared towards career readiness. So we want to start our day that way, making sure that they understand what those life skills are, just as I start my day now, understanding that how important and purpose-driven education is. So we're going to move forward throughout the day, making sure they have live time and the asynchronous time, and a balance down there. You see PE, art, music, all that's there for them. So they're having the balance of the entire day. We'll hear from Elizabeth.
Thank you. All right, so I'm here to talk about our career readiness triad. So that begins in elementary school. So what's unique about our program is it starts in kindergarten. We have career awareness, which is really focused on K through 5, career exploration for middle school, grades 6 through 8, and then career development, putting that all into practice in high school. So in K-5, students start to get introduced to different types of careers, because students can't aspire to different jobs and careers in different industries if they don't even know what that's all about. So we start introducing that to students at a very young age. We'll be creating real-life simulations where students get the opportunity to talk to professionals from a range of industries. They may have an opportunity to do a site visit, and all the while what we're developing in the students is communication skills and problem solving and conflict resolution. Start to build those critical thinking skills. Once students get to middle school, they're in that career exploration phase, right? They start to investigate, to research different jobs, again, different industries, and really start to put that together with their own self-development, where they're examining what their skills and their abilities are, and really as they start to define what their own sense of purpose is, they're able to put that into context of what a career could look like. Once they get to high school, we continue to build upon that. We have academic electives that students can take, and at this point, we're continuing to work on critical skill development, college readiness, career and college readiness skills, again, like leadership, communication, technology. So the idea here is that we're trying to give our students a competitive advantage at every juncture in their education. All right, so what sets our program apart is also our career readiness framework. This is a comprehensive approach that's been woven into each grade band. Like I said, career readiness really is going to be infused throughout the entire student experience. And what students are able to do along the way is really to personalize their own path. Like I said, they're going to be developing these skills and competencies that will help them succeed, whether they're going straight to college or they're going right into a career. Along the way, they're going to have opportunities to, again, once we partner with colleges and community colleges, they'll have the opportunity to do dual enrollment, to take AP classes, and to get industry recognized certifications, for example, certified nurse's assistant. What we will do on our end is we will develop community and industry partnerships in these particular areas, so students have an opportunity to get plugged in directly in their community and start getting these high impact experiential practices, work-based learning, internships, externships, co-ops, etc. It's our aim that every student develops, in addition to getting their academic knowledge, we want students to become more resilient, to be more flexible, to be problem solvers that can think critically, that develop empathy, that have an appreciation for diversity in all forms, that see the world as it should be, which is an inclusive place. And finally, we have a great program through Naviance, where again, students can be tracking again their planning for college, their career exploration, essentially so they're making more informed decisions about their futures once they graduate. And again, they can be successful in an evolving and global society.
Thank you, Elizabeth. Okay, just as I stated earlier, we want to make sure that we're setting up students for success. And so we do that through training in the beginning, and we also want to set up teachers for success. That's very key. So what we do is take them through training throughout the entire year. It's consistent, and they're trained on different types of systems that we have. The first one is Canvas, and they also look at different assessments that we might have to use. They need different teacher tools, and they're looking at curriculum and academics, how they're going to differentiate instruction. What do those live sessions look like? If I'm a brand new teacher coming out of college, how would I use this time wisely to reach my students? We also have the PowerSchool Student Information System, which is powerful. It gives us lots of information and data about their demographics, about how they're engaged, where the parents are as far as enrollment or attendance. So we're looking at training them for that purpose, as well as technology, the service desk, okay? So we're looking at different ways to train them and making sure that they feel confident about how they're going to reach the students, and making sure that they're collaborative in doing that. Another way we set up every teacher for success is their one-stop shop. Just like we had resources for the students when they had that resource for their course. Here's our one-stop shop for teachers. They have all of their assessments here that are clickable. They're also aligned to all of the standards, so I don't have to wonder, well, is this just nationwide? No, it's South Carolina driven, so I can access them right there. There are also supplements there, so if the curriculum does not handle it the way that we would like it to, or we need more practice, there's supplements there so we can look at how we can add on to the curriculum that we currently have. So all of this is here readily available for teachers so they feel confident, like I said earlier, and they feel supported, because that's important in any educational environment. They also want to be trained in short cycle assessments. This is really important. it's important that we're tracking students throughout the entire year. So like monthly, weekly, we're taking formative assessments, making sure students are meeting the standards, and then we can form those small groups for live sessions to make sure that we're meeting the kids where they need to be. They also have brief predetermined intervals, so that means that sometimes we may have, if it's a math unit, that we're taking the time to extend what we need to do to meet those standards, but then we know we're going to hit those standards and those assessments when we need to hit them. So there are a broad array of different types of assessments that are going to help teachers feel successful. Here again is an example. I know I've used Mastery Connect, that's the one on the bottom, and that's letting teachers know whether they've met the standard. It's color-coded so they'll know they've hit mastery, or it's yellow there, they're near mastery, and then you see remediation there. That's another way for me to make my groups for live sessions. And then at the top, I'm making sure that I'm hitting those standards and making sure that I've addressed the standards successfully, so I can look at that short cycle assessment alignment guide to make sure that I'm hitting those standards accordingly. So we all wonder about engagement when it comes to digital learning or virtual learning. That was one of my hugest concerns. But iReady is another example of an assessment that it's kind of like a game for students that tracks them and paces them, goes along with their own skills, their skill set. So we have different levels of assessments and different strategies to make sure students are engaged and that teachers can get their data and use it according to what the students need in those small groups and live sessions. So overall, everyone's going to feel confident, we're hoping, and feel supported, because on the onset we've had orientations, we've invited parents to have conversations with teachers, we've invited students to different events socially and emotionally to make sure that they feel comfortable and confident as a part of our school. So now we're moving on to operational excellence.
So we know we can provide students and teachers with all of these tools and resources, but at the end of the day, their success is also tied to the success of the school. And we don't want to ask teachers or students to try and outperform a struggling environment, ineffective operations. So we know it's very important that we are operating at the highest level. This is really one of the places where our partnership with Excel gives us a lot of advantages, because we'll be able to lean on learnings that they have from other schools and resources that they already have in place. So we'll be able to operate well more quickly than we would if we were building these things from the ground up. So one of those things is the data that we have access to. Our teachers and school leaders will have access to data that will give them a 360-degree view of everything happening across the school, whether it's teacher performance, student performance, engagement, enrollment, the fiscal health of the school. Also, and when it comes to enrollment goals, enrollment services is one of the things that we're contracting for. And we feel confident that we'll be able to meet our enrollment goals, one, because we set them very conservatively, based on what we've seen historically for a lot of virtual schools. We don't want to grow just for the sake of growing. We want to be able to provide a top, high-quality education for our families. And then in terms of the marketing to support those enrollments, we'll be using techniques and methods that are tried and true and have been used across other schools and have helped them to meet or exceed their goals. The same is true for teacher retention. Across Excel's network of schools, they have high teacher retention rates. And because of their history, they know how to choose teachers that perform well in virtual settings. And I think somebody sort of alluded to this earlier. Every teacher is not a virtual teacher, just like every student is not a virtual student. And so we need to pick the right people to fill those seats that will engage students in the way that we need them to. And then finally, for our student information system, we know PowerSchool is kind of the holy grail here in South Carolina. So we'll be using PowerSchool, and we hope that that will make our reporting more seamless to the public charter school district and in turn to the State Department, so that all the data is basically delivered in the same language from the jump.
And final topic, and one that I want to address a few things that were mentioned earlier around fiscal management and budgeting, right? Obviously, we just talked through the operational side. We also don't want our teachers and students to be concerned about how fiscally we're running the business. And what I wanted to point out were a couple of things. One, around cash balance, that we are projecting a cash reserve of $244K in year one and over $700,000 by year 5. An equivalency to about a month of annual revenue that's built into the budget. I think the key thing to recognize here is that we're in a variable cost environment, right? We don't have a physical footprint. I do want to highlight that it said bus, and this is where punctuation is important. A period there would have meant business and not bus. So we won't be busing students to our virtual school. That is a business line item, so know that is the case there. But the nice piece is being variable cost focused. It allows us to flex based on the enrollments that we're projecting. And again, as we mentioned just now, very conservative around the projections that we have in our enrollment. And I think there's two pieces to that. One is it allows our students to get into the environment and to start to excel, but also to ensure that our administrative and teachers can also learn and get ramped up and not be overwhelmed by an early high enrollment. Very focused on student outcomes. I think it's important to recognize 61% of our budget is operationally focused, and so putting in a lot of effort into curriculum, materials, computers for every student. Something that was mentioned earlier is how do we provide access to those in rural environments. So the nice thing about partnering with an organization like Excel is they built line item budgets, budget line items that are for providing Wi-Fi hotspots to those who might be in a far out area. So we're looking to and going to provide access to the curriculum broadly across the state, which is very important. And also important to recognize that we have important internal control documents that support the fiscal management of the school and meets all of the South Carolina audit procedures. And again, because of our partnership with Excel, we're also building in not only professional development that's focused on the requirements for the state, but also a second line item in professional development that is for potential options that we want to provide to our staff and to our teachers. So obviously, we feel very confident that our budget aligns with success for the school as we get started, and obviously in following years, and the 5- and 10-year budgets that we provided, we certainly think support that.
So wrapping up, what differentiates us from all the other schools that you've seen in the last 2 weeks? As you've seen today, we have a strong, diverse founding committee who is truly committed to the students of South Carolina. We have our own personal and professional reasons for that. We want to close the achievement gap for South Carolina students. We want to focus on career awareness in all grade levels. We have entered into a contract with Excel to bring data-driven instruction and robust assessment plans to students and their families. We offer curriculum fully aligned with South Carolina state standards under single sign-on access to all resources. We will have student support throughout their education that is holistic and puts students first. On behalf of the founding committee, I'd like to thank all of you for the opportunity to present here today and ask for your approval for the Virtual Preparatory Academy of South Carolina. We're happy to take any questions.
Thank you. All right, before we can proceed, we need a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to go ahead and make a motion. Staff did not make a recommendation to approve this, but to hear it. Obviously, I heard what was presented today, and still have a number of questions and probably am predisposed not to support a charter. However, I would like the option to ask questions, and I think, so I don't want to, from an ethical standpoint, say I'm, approving this but I want to make a motion because I would like to actually get to some questions.
Okay.
So I'm making the motion that we move forward with staff recommendation that if we like what we hear, we approve it.
How do we do that?
Well, I can read it exactly from here. You want me to read it from here?
We need Eric.
Was that convoluted
It has to
enough
be
for you,
yes or-
council?
No, that's kind of gray.
Okay.
I think we need a yay or a nay.
Yea or nay, okay. Well, then I withdraw my motion.
The board needs to act on it one way or the other. So you need a motion to approve it or not approve it. And you need to take a vote on it one way or the other. Because you have to act on it. If you don't act on it, it becomes a charter.
That's true. Okay. Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a motion that we not approve the charter for Virtual Preparatory Academy of South Carolina.
Is there a second?
I second it, Mr. Chairman.
All right. Dr. Pope, we'll start on your side.
Yes.
No, we're not.
The motion. I don't have any questions.
Oh, okay. Now's your time to ask
Now's my time to
questions.
ask some questions, okay. I want to specifically go into the relationship between Excel and the Academy. As it was kind of presented, just, what is the, community buy-in, for something like this? That it just, it seems like this, in some respects, was an organization in search of a group of people who were looking for something versus it being the other way around, and just kind of want to get some discussion on that.
So I'll start. It's a little bit of, all of us have that same vision. We, as the founding committee, came together. There was we have an education consultant who reached out to a few, used his network, and then we have used our networks in order to come together to start the founding committee. At the same time, Finding Excel was also interested. It's not a them or us. We just all happen to have the same vision for South Carolina.
Okay, and that's fine. Then the next question I wanted to ask, can you explain kind of the rationale between why the governing board would not specifically employ the head of school?
So there was a lot of back and forth. I will say it was a hard negotiation. Excel is the one who has the actual budget. We are the ones who get to have the final say. That's the easy answer.
Okay. The next question is, according to staff, the line item fees that were within the budget that are payable to Excel were deemed to be excessive. The fees included some contracted services, et cetera. How do you explain, some of those fees and how they were come about and how they can be disclosed? Because the fee to Excel, from what I understand, was not disclosed.
I believe that we, as you look at our 5- and 10-year budgets, did call out the line items that were Excel-focused, and those are, on average, I think it totals 20% as you think about the total budget that is payable to Excel. And I think that's in complete alignment. I believe there was an organization last week that was 22. So I believe that's in alignment nationally as you think about the support that this organization provides to us. Obviously, as you saw here, things like the the school information system, the ability for us to have the technology and the ability to access educators that are going to be able to be the teachers for the school. We need expertise to be able to do that as a virtual academy, right? So the expertise that they bring to us allows us to have access to the technology, which is critical, the ability for every student to have a laptop, the access to internet that's high speed that allows them to access the programming. And then for teacher engagement and for development on the administrative staff, they play a key role there. And so that's important, and when we think about our budget, we feel that those fees are very competitive relative to other national providers of these services.
Okay, thank you. I have no further questions, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just have a question or two. In your application, you indicated that there are 6 additional planning members that are Excel employees serving in capacities, various capacities. Are any of those folk here today? Okay.
I'm Susan Stagner with the School Development Team. Those members have been engaged in the school development from the very beginning with the committee. Today, Taryn Jackson is here, and Stephen Narcisse is also here. Stephen on school finance, Taryn on the school support and CTE team.
And these people are employees of Excel, is that right?
Yep, just like the other national providers. Stride last week presented. They have a very similar format providing support.
No, I understand. I'm just,
from a shared
just
service
asking.
standpoint.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Okay. Dr. Strickland?
Again, I was looking at the things determining how many teachers, and I know because the number, is there any way that you can project, knowing that eventually we're going, hopefully by year 10, 1,600, 1,650 students is a projection. If we had 1,650 students, what would be the ratio? And I know it's virtual, so that number can be larger. I've got that, but and I know you cannot be exact, but guesstimation, please, from somebody.
Well, so our general education K through 5 is going to be 45 students to 1 teacher. And 6 through 12 will be 33 students to 1 teacher.
Okay. Going back to the budget, 61% instructional cost. Again, we talked about the other figure, 20%. The instructional cost, is that with the other company? What does the 61% include, sir? Yeah.
I'll get supplemental here, but that is, as you think about operational, that is,
Right.
Your personnel, right?
Correct.
Your, anything that relates directly to instructional components of the curriculum that we're bringing in, the information systems that are used to manage that. All of the, and we've spelt it out in the budget as well. We've provided a call out to all the different components that are relative to the instructional versus operational budgets that were outlined. And I think as you look at that, it gives you a pretty deep sense for the breadth of the operational component versus instructional. I don't know, did you want to supplement?
No, and follow-up question. So therefore, and the other 39% as we dealing with, what would that include?
So if you take the 61, right, which is instructional, you take the 20 that is the Excel piece to that, right? So
Right.
that gives us the about 19%, I think, is what you're looking at
Correct.
from a not in those 2 buckets.
Correct.
That would be administrative cost, for example, right? So we might have an office here in Columbia, right, because we're going to be chartered here in Columbia, hopefully, where we're going to have administrative staff that might be located there. Obviously, it's not a school building, it would be an office building where we've got multiple people who are associated with that. Those are non-instructional costs, right? So if I have a secretary who's managing the business part of the operations, that's a non-operational and non-instructional cost. And so those would be some of the things that would make up that part of the budget.
Okay. And is this necessity, you know, and again, Columbia would be a great area, and I'm not discouraging that, but because everything is virtual and you got people from all over the country, you know, that could be available online.
Sure.
So therefore, 19% of administrative cost, is that spread out in different areas, or why would we need a office building in Columbia for that?
So there's going to be a South Carolina-specific staff that's here.
Okay.
And all the teachers are going to be South Carolina residents, South Carolina teachers.
Okay.
We actually looked with the board, the committee treasurer, we looked through the South Carolina accounting codes and functions to make sure we accurately called out what were exactly instructional costs. So Michael mentioned many of them, but there's guidance counselors that couldn't be counted. There's success coaches. There's an operations manager to help with state testing statewide. So there's a lot of support staff statewide. So, you know, the office is not the same size office that we would have had 20 years ago because remote work is so much more prevalent. But there will be a small office. You have to have, you know, records. You have to have places to secure state testing. You also need a place where if this board wants to meet in person, there's going to be a board meeting room. So there are some facility costs, but they're much smaller.
All right, thank you.
Finished? Okay. I don't have any questions because y'all have already asked my questions, but I do have some points. I guess since Kathleen's now gone, I've been here the longest, but I've been here for 8 years. So I guess I've seen, I don't know, 50, 60, 70 different groups come before us. So I've got a feel for the good, the bad, and the ugly. And I'm gonna read these, but I've got some concerns. This is on page 3. Bottom paragraph says, page 5, the application states, the application development, the founding committee formed teams broken into 3 key areas of academics, operations and governance, and finance to evaluate the application. The feedback from these teams impacted the final version of this application, which was approved in their January 23, 2023 meeting, quote, calling into question the author of the application. If I go to page 7 in the last paragraph, while creating an assessment calendar and plan is alluded to, the details still need to be specified. Jump over to page 8. This is the second paragraph, about this bottom half of the paragraph. District staff could not ascertain the founding committee's capacity to fulfill these duties during the capacity interview and performance task, given that only 2 of the charter committee members were present, despite the capacity interview being rescheduled to accommodate them. When asked, the 2 attending board members indicated that the other members were working and indicated that their service was volunteer, detailed further below. And jump to page 9. At the request of the committee chair and an ACCEL representative, the capacity interview was rescheduled to accommodate the committee chair and other members who would have been unable to attend the originally scheduled interview. 2 charter committee members attended on the rescheduled date along with 8 Excel representative. When asked about the 5 committee members not present, responses included, quote, we are all volunteers and it's hard to get away from our day jobs, busy and impossible for all of them to be here. Capacity interview recording. that troubles me. I understand working. Most of us up here have jobs. We volunteer knowing that we have jobs, families, we have outside lives, but we make time for it. Up to this point, y'all haven't done that. That's concerning because this is the easy part, and this is not easy. The hard part's actually running a school. What's going to happen if you were to become a school and you're tied, or you're torn here and there, and you just can't make it? The governance is an integral part of the success of this school, and I don't see it. I'm going to tie into my old coach over here. Today, it's kind of like the NFL Combine. It's where you go, athletes go show their skills. You're the blood, that's when you show the blood, sweat, and tears. That's where the hard work is. It's done during practice and performance of a game. In my opinion, just as one board member, this board hasn't performed. I've got too many red flags. The hard work is done in the writing of the application and in the capacity interviews, but I think that's when this board's failed. We, as a board, have a fiduciary duty to the taxpayers, parents, teachers, and most importantly, students. And I'm not convinced this board's up to the task at this time. I'm not here to lambaste them. I'm trying to give constructive criticism. I looked up, I'm going to quote this. The duty of care is a fiduciary duty requiring directors and/or officers of a corporation, in this case a board of trustees of a state entity, to make decisions that pursue the corporation, or in our case the trustees' interest, with reasonable diligence and prudence. I don't believe that's been displayed here. So, are there any other questions? All right, then I'll call the motion, which was to deny the application.
Mr. Gilchrist.
Yes.
And Mr. Butcher not voting, Mr. Miller not voting, Mrs. Mosteller not voting, Mr. Page votes yes. Mr. Payne?
Yes.
Mr. Payne votes yes. Dr. Pope?
Yes.
Dr. Pope votes yes. Dr. Strickland?
Yes.
Dr. Strickland votes yes. Mr. Chairman, the motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. And again, having said that, I'm not here to lambaste you. I'm here to give you constructive criticism, but up to this point, you haven't performed in the NFL Combine at this point. This charter school district, under this superintendent and these staff sitting out here, strive for excellence, and we are nowhere near it today. I hope you regroup and come before us again, but we're going to have to see better performance on the playing field before you get here next time.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, the last item is the superintendent's comments. Oh, I'm sorry, that's right. E, Weeping Willow Charter School, I understand that, or go ahead, Chris.
It is not 12 pages long, I assure you. It's the South Carolina Public Charter School District staff recommends that the PCSD Board of Trustees accept the withdrawal of Weeping Willow's charter school application submitted on February 1st, 2023. This recommendation is based upon the formal request by the Weeping Willows Founding Committee submitted to the PCSD via email on March 17, 2023. On February 1st, 2023, Weeping Willows applied to open a kindergarten through 8th grade charter school focused on career and technology with a proposed location in Aiken, South Carolina. After the completeness check performed by staff, the application was assigned to trained internal and external evaluators. In review of the application, evaluators noted that significant details were lacking or missing. On March 13, 2023, The Weeping Willows Founding Committee attended its capacity interview and exercise at the district office. Staff shared concerns over the missing or limited information and lack of thorough details as required by the South Carolina Charter Act and the South Carolina Department of Education's charter application. The founding committee carefully considered the matter and determined that their best interest would be to voluntarily withdraw their charter for the 2023 cycle. The Weeping Willows Founding Committee chair subsequently sent a formal request to PCSD staff to withdraw its application. Staff acknowledged the request via correspondence dated March 20th, 2023. Staff recommends that the PCSD Board of Trustees accept the withdrawal of Weeping Willow's charter application for the 2023 charter application cycle.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I don't think we need to discuss that. We just need a motion.
I move that we accept staff's recommendation for accepting Weeping Willow Charter School withdrawal of its application.
Second.
All right. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. That's unanimous.
It is.
Now.
Thank you.
Thank you, Kristen. And before Chris gets down there, thank you to all the staff, the internal and external reviewers. Y'all have got other things you're trying to juggle, and then you've got dozens or whatever the number was of applications coming before you, and you handled it very well, and we thank you. Mr. Superintendent.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, I'll keep this short because I just gave a report last week. But I did have a statement somewhat similar to what I said last week, but just in light of the 3 new applications that were approved today, I felt like it was appropriate to again make comment. So, Mr. Chairman, members of the Board of Trustees, over the last 2 weeks, you have shown immense foresight and dedication by approving 7 exceptional charter school applicants, 4 last week and 3 more today. Your unwavering support in fostering innovative schools allows us to expand the range of educational opportunities available to our students in South Carolina. These 7 schools, equipped with cutting-edge and purposeful personalized learning models, excuse me, I've had a bad cough this week, have demonstrated a strong commitment to narrowing the achievement gap between low-performing and high-performing students, in line with the South Carolina Charter Act's objective of closing the achievement gap. Their mission and vision perfectly complement our district's goals as we collectively strive to put all kids first. I would also like to take this opportunity to express my heartfelt appreciation to our dedicated staff members, John Payne and Kristen Farmer and Diana Kingsbury, as well as our external and internal staff reviewers. Their tireless work in reviewing the new applicants' applications has been instrumental in ensuring a rigorous, fair, and transparent evaluation process. And I stress those last 3 things. That's what we're all about. Before I conclude, I'd like to share a heartwarming story from my visit to Palmetto Scholars Academy yesterday. Upon arriving at the school, I was greeted by a young student named Evan. He confidently approached me with a firm handshake and introduced himself, saying, "Hello, my name is Evan, and I have autism. And I'm going to be a prosthetics engineer so I can help people like the kind of people who have helped me." Evan's inspiring words and determination are a testament to the power of inclusive education and the immense potential that lies within each and every one of our students. As we embark on this new chapter with these new schools, I'm confident that the inclusion of these trailblazing charter schools will have a profound and lasting impact on our students, their families, and our communities. Together, let us forge ahead, committed to shaping a brighter and more inclusive educational landscape for all children in South Carolina. Thank you. Today is Julie's birthday, and I understand Julie had an appointment, so I'm not going to be able to sing happy birthday to Julie, but Julie makes everyone here feel so special always. And so we will get her again. I have a feeling some of her cohorts over there are going to make sure, but just wanted to do a call out for Julie because she does create so much good spirit around here at the district. And I think for every holiday, she and Jackie and others, they seem to dress up and do a lot of cool things. The other thing is yesterday we recognized Teresa and Crystal. It was Administrative Professional Day in America. And it's Crystal, Teresa, y'all stand up. Guys, you know what they do. I think I've told this story before, and I don't know if it's myth or if it's real, but in 1961, President John F. Kennedy, visited NASA, and he had met someone in the lobby when he first came in with the Secret Service, and he asked the gentleman, he said, "What do you do here?" And the gentleman said, "Well, I'm going to put a man on the moon." And, when I think about Crystal and Teresa and what they do here for this district office, they're putting kids forward and putting them first through the work that they do here at the district. So they're just invaluable members of this team. They contribute so greatly, and everything you see around you and the great spirit, they're a great host. They take great care and attention to making sure the staff and the board are taken care of. And so, again, for me and the staff, thank you for all that you do and for your dedication and commitment to putting kids first. Mr. Chairman, pending any questions from the members of the board, that's the end of my report.
Okay, thank you. Are there any questions?
I really don't have a question, but just wanted to make a statement. Mr. Superintendent, just wanted to personally express my thanks to you and your staff for, I cannot imagine the amount of work that goes into preparing what y'all have prepared for us to do over the last 2 weeks. And just wanted to say, how much I appreciate it. Even though there are no pictures in the reports I get and the font size is really small, but just really appreciate all the work that goes into it. And I wanted to especially thank Marlene for all the work that she does and getting us everything so quickly so that, I can spend my Saturday night looking at this stuff, because it's just really good for me to have some advanced time to look on it. And then, for a number of staff who answered some of my crazy emailed questions that I sent to the superintendent, and just really appreciate everyone's service to students in this state, because it really shows to me how much you care. And I just want to take this time to say thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate that on behalf of the staff.
All right. Well, without further ado, we'll adjourn. Thank you.
All right. All right.